people in. We
Here
have
we go.
a few. All right, I think we have Mr. Robertson in the courtroom.
That is correct.
Okay, hi, good morning. You're here for Robert Laneweber?
Robert Lineweber, yes.
Okay.
He has a felony pending also, and I have filed a motion to have a competency exam performed on him, so we're just waiting for that.
Okay. Do you need to talk to the state or to your client? He's
No,
here.
it's way pre. This guy's probably going to be on ice for a year or longer, I'm guessing. He's going to have to go to the hospital.
Okay, 30-day reset is fine?
That's fine, yes.
Okay. We can do April 21st. It's a Thursday.
Okay, thank you.
You have a good day.
All right, thank you.
Hi, Adam. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Fine. I've got the Randolph Shepherd, but we're not making any headway, unfortunately, on the felony cases, but I'm here.
Okay. Your client is here on Zoom as well. Do you need to talk to the state?
I can briefly talk to him. Yeah, sure.
Okay. That's going to be with Daniel.
Thank you. Are we being sent to a breakout or?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
about to move you.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Mr. Bain. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you today?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Doing well, thank you. You're here for Chantal Thomas, and we were going to take up the motion for extension of the ignition interlock for Jose Bonilla.
But yeah, that's on a different case.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
I have an offer on Chantel. She's in jail. I guess I need to talk with her.
Yes, actually, I don't see her. I need to call the jail to see
Okay.
why they have not locked her on yet.
While you're doing that, has the state had the opportunity to review the motion for the extension of time on Bonilla with regard to the ignition interlock?
Yes, that's Kathleen. That's
Hold
Kathleen's
on, wait,
case.
Mr. Bain, I'm asking the state.
Yes, Judge, we have, and he's just asking for an extension to put the ignition interlock on. We have conferred and the state will not object.
All right, I have read the motion and it appears that he's been diligent in attempting to get an appointment, so I will grant that time requested. Was there anything else on that, Mr. Bain?
Not on that case. No, Your Honor.
All right, then I'm gonna have to print that one, scan it and email it back, but I'll take care of that here shortly.
You really want to talk? That's how you talk to him.
Okay, Mr. Bain, they're logging in Chantel Thomas.
Thank you.
And let's see. Hi, Mr. Cuellar. You're here for Eloy Villanueva.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Yes. Do you need to talk to the state?
Could I speak to them briefly?
Excuse me?
Yes, could I speak to them briefly?
Yes, it's going to be with Daniel.
Corinne, can I please confer with Kathleen?
Yes.
Good morning, Corinne.
Hi, good morning.
I'm here on Justin Chestnut.
Yes, actually, I see the other day he made bond. He rejected the PR bond interview, but I see that he was just released on a PR bond on the 8th of March.
Oh, okay.
So, and his next court date is on the 31st. So if you don't have any more cases with us, you should be good.
Very good. So he's set for the 31st.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Have a
Yes, you
great
have a
day.
good- Thank you. You too. Have a good day. Hi, Sabrina.
Hi, Corinne. Could I get in a breakout room with Daniel, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hey, Corinne, I think a defendant went into my breakout room.
Hold on.
No, you're good.
Yes, sorry. Let me join and remove them because I'm letting me bring them back. I'll be right back. Hi, Mr. Sundberg. Good morning.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Hi, welcome.
Joe, good morning. You're muted.
Well, I tried to talk and anyway, good morning, to everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning. You're here for Desmond Kennedy. Do you need to talk to the state or to your client?
No, this thing's gonna go to trial.
Do you have, with this one, do you have all discovery that you need?
As far as I know, I do.
Okay, I can give you,
A major felony pending, first degree.
I can give you a trial date of April 13. That date most likely is gonna be changed, but that's the date for now.
Yeah, get him stretch, get him a stretch, man.
You are so nice. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, it is. Do you need to talk to your client?
I'll say howdy.
Okay, let me move him.
Thank you.
Hi, David, you're back.
I never talked to the state. I was waiting for a breakout room.
Oh, let me move you. Sorry.
Oh, no problem.
Adam, you're back.
Yes, I'm Randolph Shepard. The state and I conferred, we both agreed that he's got a couple of felonies and these misdemeanors kind of arise out of those. Plus he's got 2 at-large possible felonies. So there's not much the state or myself can do on these cases today.
Okay. We can reset it for 30 days and then we'll go from there.
That's fine. Can I talk to my client? I don't know. He's in jail, but I don't know
Yes.
if he's there.
He's here. Let me give you a reset date, and then after that,
Okay.
both of you are excused.
Very good.
I'm gonna reset you for April 20th. It's a Wednesday.
April 20?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm excused after I talk to him.
Yes.
Thank you.
Both of you. Let me put you in a breakout room with him.
Thank you.
Corin, can you send me to breakout with Thomas?
Yes. Thank you. Hi, John. Good morning.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, everyone.
Are you able to get?
How are you today?
I'm great. How are you?
Doing well, thank you. You're here for Brian James.
Yes,
Okay.
James Bryan, actually. And if I could be placed in a breakout room with him to go over the paperwork real fast.
I don't see that he's logged on yet.
Okay, let me call him. Let me see what's going on.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you.
Excuse me, none of this was for me, right?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay, I was like, man, felonies. I was like, what do you mean?
No, no, no.
I just had a.
I'm gonna mute you, okay? Hi, Mr. Law. Good morning. There you go.
Hey, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. You're here for Jessica Guillen. Both of you
Yes.
are in the courtroom, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
The paperwork is ready. She's doing the personal data sheet.
Okay, perfect.
I may need to leave in about 15 minutes to go to another court.
Okay, let me reroute the paperwork to judge.
Thank you.
Judge, I'm sending you paperwork for Jessica Guillen.
Corinne.
Hey. Good
Hi,
morning.
it's David Wheeler. I just came on.
Yes. You're here for Darren Stokes.
Yes, it's a
Yes.
JSAT plea.
Yes, I'm admitting him into the breakout room, into the main session, sorry.
Okay.
And I see the paperwork is ready. I'm gonna reroute it to judge.
Thank you.
Do you need to talk to your client?
All right, I have the paperwork.
No, thank
on
you.
Good morning. I have the paperwork on Jessica. Is it Guillen?
Guillen, yes.
Did I lose? There's Mr. Locke.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Mr. Locke. How are you today?
I'm fine.
Good. Is your client there? I think I've got what I need to get moving here so we can
Yes, she
get you to
is,
the next
Judge.
courtroom.
Do you want me to bring her up to this?
Please.
Go ahead, Jess.
Corin, this is Cecil Bain. I've conferred. We're one to do the
Between the
paperwork
two of us, we're
on
going to be able to.
Thomas.
I'm going to go get my mask.
Okay, I will get the paperwork ready and send it to you right now, okay?
Thank you.
All right, I'll need everybody to go to mute. We're going to take a plea on Jessica Guillen.
Just trying to figure out.
Getting a lot of noise from somewhere.
Let me ask deputies if they can move the iPad somewhere else.
Okay.
She may want the iPad moved somewhere else. Okay. I think physically a different location. Thank you. Yes.
Those 4 days via the Very Good Stack program, you are to attend for 4 consecutive Saturdays.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Third door on the left.
Okay.
We're headed to the jury room?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, that's fine. Little adventure this morning.
Knock, knock.
Hi.
Hi, how are you? All right. Now I'm gonna set up. Judge,
Thank
is that
you.
better?
Much better, thank you.
Okay.
All right. At this time, we will call cause number 670604, styled the state of Texas versus Jessica Guillen. You are Ms. Guillen.
Yes, ma'am.
And you are appearing today with Mr. Locke. Have you had enough time to talk to him about your case?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
You have filed some documents with the court. The first one is a defendant's consent to plea by video conference. You understood that when you signed this document, you were giving up your right to appear in open court to enter your plea.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then you have signed and turned in a defendant's waiver of constitutional rights and court admonitions. Do you remember reading that document?
Yes, ma'am.
And you went over it with Mr. Locke?
Yes, ma'am.
And you understood that you gave up very important rights when you signed it, including your right to have a jury trial and your right to remain silent.
Yes, ma'am.
And you are before the court charged with the offense of driving while intoxicated.
Speak up.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Sorry.
That's right. The court reporter needs to hear your response. I see you nodding, but she's
Sorry.
making a record. So if you'll give us a yes or no or whatever is needed to answer the question. You understand that the DWI is a Class B misdemeanor and carries a punishment range of from not less than 72 hours to no more than 180 days confinement in the Bexar County Jail and a fine not to exceed $2,000.
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you wish to plead to the charge of driving while intoxicated?
No contest.
Are you entering your no contest plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You are an American citizen.
Yes, ma'am.
You live in Bexar County?
Yes, ma'am.
And what type of work do you do, ma'am?
I work at a call center as a advisor.
Okay. And that's full time?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You understand that if I follow the plea agreement that you have made with the state, that you may not appeal this case to a higher court.
Yes, ma'am.
So after considering all of your options, you believe that you are doing the right thing in entering your plea.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You are asking to be placed on deferred adjudication. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand that if I place you on deferred adjudication, there will be a set of rules. We call them terms and conditions, things that you will have to comply with.
Yes, ma'am.
And obviously, real high on that list is that you not be consuming alcohol while you're on deferred adjudication.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have a problem with alcohol or any other substance?
No, ma'am.
All right. Because if you do, probation can get you some help during the term of deferred adjudication.
Okay. I'm
Okay.
good. Thank you.
All right. If you decide you're not good, ask for some help. Otherwise, we're really going to have a problem.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Now, do you have any questions for me so far?
No, I think I got it.
All right. And based on your plea of no contest, Ms. Guillen, I find that the evidence in this case substantiates a finding of guilt. Is there a recommendation from the state in this matter?
I'm sorry, what is the case we're talking about?
This is
Jessica Guillen. Do you need a case number?
Yes, let me see, 670604.
I believe that's right.
Okay, so it is, this is going to be for deferred adjudication, $500 fine plus court costs, 16 months deferred adjudication, 48 hours community service, DWI education,
It's on there. So I
Victim
took another
impact
look.
panel.
It is on the, it's in e-discovery.
Tap
Included
eval.
as a part of the affidavit, which they normally don't
ignition
do.
interlock, 1/2 term, restitution if any
It's attached to the
to
affidavit
Eve
for
Johnson
her arrest warrant.
and Jade Adams dash Sendahar, and that's
Wait.
SEN.
I got Eve Johnson, and start the next name for me again.
The first name is Jade, and then the last name is hyphenated, so it's Adams, a hyphen, Sendahar spelled SEN, D as in dog, EJAR.
All right. And Ms. Guillen, is that the agreement that you have reached as recited by the prosecutor?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Guillen, I will defer the finding of guilt, placing you on deferred adjudication for a period of 16 months with a $500 fine plus costs of court, 48 hours of community service, DWI education, and ignition interlock device on your vehicle for a minimum of 8 months. Do you currently have an ignition interlock on your vehicle, ma'am?
No, ma'am.
No, Your Honor.
You'll have 10 days to get that installed. You'll complete a TAP evaluation following recommendations resulting therefrom, complete a victim impact panel, and were you fingerprinted when you were booked into the jail?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is it stipulated that we may use that fingerprint for the court's file if the need should arise?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge.
All right. And what that means, when I said if the need should arise, Ms. Guillen, you understand that if you violate any of the terms and conditions of deferred adjudication, that the state can bring your case back to court.
Yes, ma'am.
And at that time, if they prove a violation to the court, based on today's proceeding, the court can enter a finding of guilt and then proceed to revoke your probation and sentence you up to the full range of punishment allowed by law.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so do you have any questions about that?
No, Your Honor, no questions.
Okay. And I take it there was an accident in this matter?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
right.
Your Honor.
And are you aware, have you heard from your insurance company whether or not they have settled the claim?
Yes, they have.
All right.
And I have provided all of that information to the district attorney's office, Your Honor. Additionally, on the issue of restitution, I believe the district attorney's office checked on if there was any other restitution to be paid, and the answer came back no. But of course, if that changes, we know that probation will notify the proper people.
All right. So we will include a claim for restitution, if any, to Eve Johnson and or Jade Adams Sendahar. But at this point, it does not appear that that is an issue. If there are no other questions, that will be the judgment of the court. And is there anything further for the record from the state?
Your Honor,
Yes,
the
ma'am.
state would like to note on the record that the blood alcohol content was a 0.127. We did receive information that the insurance has been claimed on the Watts, Magdalene, and Michael Watts, who drove units 2 and 3. And we were just waiting to hear back on those other 2 individuals who are actually passengers in the car with Miss Guillen.
Okay, back up to Ms. Johnson and Ms. Sendahar were in the car.
Correct, with Miss Guillen.
Okay, and who were the other parties you mentioned?
Those were the drivers of Unit 2 and Unit 3, and the insurance has paid their claim.
Okay, got it. So Ms. Johnson and Ms. Sendahar were passengers.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Just getting all of this noted.
And I'll be submitting a discovery on this one also.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Locke?
She's filling out the personal data sheet. She has it in the courtroom. We just need to know who to give it to.
You can give it to the deputy so they can give it to the clerks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. If there's nothing further for the record, this hearing is adjourned.
Thank you, Judge. And I will take the iPad back to the courtroom.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, here we go.
All right, Ms. Guillen. Oh, Ms. Guillen,
Yes, ma'am.
you'll be receiving instructions from probation via email or phone within the next week, instructing you where and when to report. So you need to be on the lookout for that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Cecil, can you hear me? Mr. Bain?
I can hear you and I can see you now.
Hi. I see that you finished your portion of the paperwork. Do you need a breakout room with your client?
If that's all the paperwork, if we have whatever we need from the DA also, then we're ready. If we're ready to go, yes.
She just needs to complete her portion of it, and that's it.
Okay.
Kathleen, for Chantel Thomas, did you send discovery or Daniel? Okay.
Have you done discovery?
Yes.
Yes, I think we've already done that.
Yes, I did submit discovery on Chantel. I think I might have submitted it yesterday. I can double check my Adobe.
That's correct.
Thank you, Kathleen. Okay, Mr. Bain, I'm gonna put you back to with your client.
Ready.
So actually, you can just rejoin that breakout room 14.
Going there now.
Thank you. I have someone here with name Karina's iPhone. I'm gonna ask you to unmute.
Hi.
Hi. What is your last name?
Cantu.
Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna rename you.
Thank you.
I have someone here by the name of Galaxy S21. I'm gonna ask you to unmute.
Hi.
Hi, good morning.
Last name is Stokes, for Darian Stokes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I do have the discovery paperwork on Chantel Thomas. Just
Okay,
to
right now,
update y'all.
they're
And
just,
it looks like I have a plea ready on Darian Stokes.
yes.
All right. All right, Mr. Wheeler, are we ready with Mr. Stokes? Could you unmute, sir?
Yeah, that's all right. You did that. Yes, ma'am, we should be ready.
Okay. And Mr. Stokes, if you would unmute your call as well, please, sir.
Okay.
And you can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. All right, we are going on the record in cause number 676299, styled the state of Texas versus Darian Stokes. And Mr. Stokes is appearing today with Mr. Wheeler. Mr. Stokes, have you had enough time to talk to Mr. Wheeler about your case?
Yes.
And you have filed some paperwork with the court. The first document is a defendant's consent to plea by video conference. And you understood that when you signed this document, you were giving up your right to enter your plea in open court. Is that what you intended to do?
Yeah.
You mean to proceed on in a remote hearing, right? Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
And then, Mr. Stokes, you also have signed and filed a defendant's waiver of constitutional rights and court admonitions. Did you go over that document with Mr. Wheeler before you signed it?
Yes.
And did you understand that you gave up very important rights when you signed it, including your right to have a jury trial and your right to remain silent?
Yes.
And you are before the court charged with a Class B misdemeanor offense of theft. Do you understand the nature of the charge, sir?
Yes.
And you understand that it carries a punishment range of up to 180 days confinement in the Bexar County Jail and or a fine not to exceed $2,000.
Yes.
And how do you wish to plead to that charge, sir?
No contest.
Are you entering your no contest plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You are an American citizen?
Yes.
And where do you live, sir? Do you
In
live,
Bexar
let
County.
me ask you this way. Do you live in Bexar County?
Yes, I do.
All right, what kind of work do you do?
It's warehouse work.
All right, and what is your age, sir?
26.
Right. You understand that if I follow the plea agreement that you have made with the state, that you may not appeal this conviction to a higher court.
Yes.
Do you have any questions so far?
No.
Right. And Mr. Stokes, based on your no contest plea, I do find that you are guilty of the offense of theft. Is there a recommendation in this case from the state?
Yes, Your Honor, this was part of a felony MTR that we had agreed to JSAT this case. I just need to know how many days in the Bexar County Jail.
I was in there since the 28th.
Your Honor, it's Mr. Stokes was bonded on the misdemeanor cases by his parents. So although he spent over 60 days in the Bexar County Jail, most of that credit went only onto the felony case. I believe he only has a day or two or 3 days credit on them on this case. So we would have to ask the clerk.
He has 1 day credit on each.
Thank you. So it'll be a $0 fine plus court costs, 1 day in the Bexar County Jail, credit for time served, time and money to run concurrent, In addition, the state will TIC cause number 676300.
Your Honor, our agreement is that they will dismiss the failure to ID.
Right, so it's taken into consideration and dismissed.
No, Your Honor, it's to be dismissed as part of our plea bargain agreement. Those are different things.
Your Honor, the notes in JD from the felony ADA say specifically to TIC the failure to ID.
We discussed that during the misdemeanor plea. They're using that as shorthand, Your Honor. Is our position the case should be dismissed?
We all either have an agreement or you don't. So we need to get clarification whether you have an agreement or not.
Judge, we'll move forward.
All right. Then, Mr. Stokes, as outlined by the prosecutor, is that the agreement that you have made?
Yes.
All right. Then based on your no contest plea, in this case, I do find that you are guilty of the offense of theft. I will sentence you to pay court costs and spend 1 day confinement in the Bexar County Jail. You will receive credit for time served. The time and money will run concurrently, and I find that the judgment is satisfied. In addition, cause number 676300 will be taken into consideration and dismissed for your plea in this case. Were you fingerprinted when you were booked into the jail, sir?
Yes.
And is it stipulated that we may use that fingerprint in lieu of one on the court's paperwork?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. And is there anything further for the record from the state?
No, Your Honor.
No, ma'am.
Anything further from the defense?
Oops. Sorry, Judge. I mean, no, ma'am, there's not.
Okay, no changing hats in the middle of a plea. All right. And Mr. Stokes, any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right. That will be the judgment of the court. If there's nothing further for the record, that will conclude this hearing.
Are we excused, Your Honor?
Yes, you may be excused if you have no further business, sir, and Mr. Stokes is excused as well.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mainly financial, I need to put money where I can, it'll be there later.
Your Honor, I did just file the dismissal on Darian Stokes, and I copied the defense counsel.
Hi, Sean. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
How are
I
you
just
today?
spoke to my client and
Yes.
he's filling out the paperwork. So
Perfect.
he has some questions. So it'll be a few minutes.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Judge, whenever you're ready, you should have plea paperwork on Chantel Thomas. Hi, Oscar. Good morning.
Good morning. On Mr. Lascano, who's an inmate, he accepts the offer of a JSAT.
Perfect. I'll go ahead and get paperwork started right now.
Thank you so much.
All right, I think we are ready for the plea with regard to Chantel Thomas. Mr. Bain, are you there? There you are.
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Thomas,
Yes, ma'am.
I see you. Okay, you can hear me.
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. For the record, we have cause number 678690, styled the state of Texas versus Chantel Thomas. And you are Ms. Thomas.
Yes, ma'am.
You are appearing today with your attorney, Mr. Bain. And
Yes,
have you
ma'am.
had enough time to talk to him about this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. You have filed some paperwork with the court. The first document is a defendant's consent to plea by video conference. You understood that when you signed this document, you were giving up your right to appear in open court to enter your plea. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you do agree that the court may proceed using this video conference method?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, the next document you have filed is a defendant's waiver of constitutional rights and court admonitions. Did you read that document and go over it with Mr. Bain before you signed it?
Yes, ma'am.
And you understood that you gave up very important rights when you signed it, and that included your right to have a jury trial and your right to remain silent.
Yes, ma'am.
You are before the court charged with a Class C misdemeanor offense of assault. Let's see. We have assault bodily injury, but we have Class C checked on paperwork. Mr. Bain, is this a case that's been reduced?
I don't, I'm not sure how it came over from Kathleen. It originally, I think, might have been a Class C, and then it was refiled with the courts as a misdemeanor B.
Well, assault bodily injury would have been an A.
Yeah, that's what they had told me. It was an A.
So I wonder if the paperwork is just checked incorrectly, or was this a plea for a reduced offense level?
It was not a plea for a reduced one.
So
I
it's an
believe it may
A?
just-
Yes, ma'am. It was an A. That's what they told me.
All right, I can
Yes,
fix
Judge.
that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the one thing I can probably fix on this paperwork.
Thank you so much.
Not a problem. All right, so the corrected punishment range, Ms. Thomas, is a sentence of confinement in the Bexar County Jail not to exceed 1 year and or a fine not to exceed $4,000.
Okay.
You're clear on that?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you intended to plead to a Class A assault causing bodily injury?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just want to make sure we're clear. And how do you wish to plead to that charge, ma'am?
No contest.
And you're entering your no contest plea freely and
Yes.
voluntarily.
Yes, ma'am.
You are an American citizen.
Yes, ma'am.
You live in Bexar County?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What type of work do you do?
I'm on disability Social Security.
Okay. And you understand that if I follow the plea agreement that you have made with the state, that you may not appeal this case to a higher court.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions about anything so far?
No, ma'am. I understand everything you're saying.
All right. Ms. Thomas, based on your no contest plea, I do find that you are guilty of the offense of assault causing bodily injury. And is there a punishment recommendation from the state, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is going to be for a JSAT, $0 fine plus court costs, 32 days in the Bexar County Jail, credit for time served, time and money to run concurrent.
And this was not a family violence assault, correct, Ms.
No,
Garza?
oh,
Correct, it was not.
Okay, and Ms. Thomas, is outlined by the prosecutor, is that the punishment that you have agreed to?
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Thomas, I will proceed to punishment, sentencing you to spend 32 days confinement in the Bexar County Jail, plus costs of court. You will receive credit for all time previously served. The time and monies will run concurrently. And I do find that the judgment is satisfied.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you fingerprinted when you were booked into the jail, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is it stipulated that we may use that fingerprint in lieu of one on the court's file?
Yes, ma'am. No problem.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking to me.
No, that's okay. It's a little bit confusing because everybody's looking at everybody.
Right.
So we do understand. And Mr. Bain, you do join in that stipulation?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Is there anything further for the record from the state?
No, Your Honor.
And from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. There's nothing further for the record. That will be the judgment of the court. And Mr.
Thank you,
Bain,
Judge.
Yes, and Ms. Thomas, you are excused at this time. And Mr. Bain, you may be excused if you have no further business with us today.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. It's nice to see you again.
Yes, sir. Take care.
Thank you, Kathleen.
You're welcome. Take care.
Hi, Mr. Garza. Good morning.
Good morning. I know I'm early. I think I went to the wrong county court 11 first, but since I'm here, I'd like to try to take care of it.
And you're here for Noah Clark, correct?
Yes, I'd
Okay,
like to talk to the prosecutor.
Okay, one moment. That's going to be with Daniel.
And Corinne, I'm going to take 5 minutes, catch up on a little of this paperwork, and then I will rejoin you all.
Yes, Judge. Thank you. David?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. Hi, Mr. Cuellar. I was just reading your message.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you need to talk to your client as well,
Uh,
or?
Well, yeah, I can talk to him real quick. Can I be excused from there?
Yes, let me just give you a quick reset date.
Okay.
Let me see. I can reset you for March 21st.
Okay.
To finish reviewing discovery. And I'm gonna put you in a breakout room with your client, and after that, both of you are excused, okay?
Okay.
Hi, Will, good morning.
Morning, Corinne.
How are you today?
I'm good. I'm good. I was actually just recalled to today to make sure I could get contact with my client. And I spoke with him yesterday.
Oh, you spoke with him yesterday. Okay,
I did. Sorry, my little boy's having a fit right now.
it's fine. Okay, since you're in contact with him, I can give you a short reset for the 21st of March.
That's fine. We do have a felony pending from the same incident, so I don't know that we'll resolve it by then, but if that's your preference, that's fine.
Let me see. Do you need to talk to the state as well, or?
Heard last time, and we're working on getting some restitution stuff together, but the felony is going to drive the train on this one.
Yes, they're not indicted yet. Okay, I'll give you a 30-day reset. Let me see. We can do April 19th.
That works.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
All right, you have a good one, Will.
You too.
Thank you. Bye. Hi, Erica. Hi, Erica.
Hi, Corinne. All right, so I got some announcements. Sorry.
All right.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, so the state is going to dismiss in May Adeline Steely's case. I haven't received it yet, but Daniel should be submitting it today.
Okay. You're only gonna have the plea for Karina Cantu?
Yes.
Okay.
Next, I have Mario Vargas, 676-906.
And what's going on with that one?
So we still haven't received Coban. We did request it back in January and February, and so the state is still working on getting that.
Okay. How much time would the state need? 2 weeks?
Kathleen?
I'm sorry, which case was that one?
Mario Vargas, 676-906.
Here, let me see, because I know it's been assigned to the winning.
No, that's the one that we have the Coban in Veripic. It was uploaded yesterday.
It actually, it does a pre-hearing set.
Uploaded yesterday? Okay.
Yes.
So I just need time to review it. Let me do 30 days. That's right, you did say 3/9. Okay, if we could just do 30 days, I'll review it and then get with Sabrina.
Okay, we could do April 18th. It's a Monday.
No drug court, yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, the next case I have is Jacoby Brightson, 674-958. And the state is going to pre-trial their officer prior to us setting it for trial. So I'm going to give them one more reset to do that. So I think 30 days will be fine. To
For
see if they're
18
going
is
to
fine?
review for dismissal or not. I'm sorry?
18 as well is.
Yes, ma'am.
18.
All those notes that you're making, you should be doing that. I'm doing that. I just don't want to confuse myself later. So you're gonna have to find that paper. I used to do that, and then I'd have stacks of paper everywhere.
No, I have it on here too.
Next. Next is Raul Borges Morales, 674944. The state did approve us to apply for PTD. I just haven't had any contact with my client. I know he's homeless. I've reached out to the peer guy at Haven. I've sent a letter to Haven. I haven't received any. I've never met him since he's been arrested on this case.
Okay. I don't know if judge would want to issue a warrant on that.
Yeah. I'll talk to
And-
Judge then.
Okay. And who's next?
Dion Spencer, 669413 and 669414.
Mhm.
The state is dismissing that one today.
Both of them?
I'm sorry?
Both of them will be dismissed?
Are both of them going to be dismissed? Yes.
Court, I'm ready to announce whenever the judge is ready.
Okay, next is Thomas Rodriguez, 670087. So we had been asking for the body worn on the officer because we weren't able to open it. And so the DA's office is going to put it on the disc for us. Hopefully we'll be able to pick it up today. I know that he did send it to the paralegal, so it should be available. So on that one, let's say. It's a terroristic threat. I think we'll be able to review it in 2 weeks, current.
Okay. Then we can do,
We're gonna do 325.
I can't because that day we're gonna be on trial.
Okay.
Yes. The 20, we can do the 30th.
30th is fine. And then I'll take a break so other attorneys can make announcements.
Okay. Hi, Abelardo. Good morning.
Morning. Mine is real quick. He's got a felony pending, a drug case out of the 186. And this case arose out of the same incident. So,
And Corinne, I did email the felony prosecutors here to see what can be done if they had any direction. But as far as I'm aware, it only happened about a month ago, so I doubt that drug labs are back.
Okay. So let's do 30 days and then we'll go from there. Let's
Okay.
do April 18th.
sounds good.
All right.
Thanks. Can I be excused to go to the other county court 11?
Yes.
Thanks.
Do you have their link?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got it there on my email.
Okay.
I just picked the first county court 11 I saw.
Okay. Sounds good.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right. So the next one I have is Andrea Macedo, 668465. Sorry, you done with your note?
Hold on, I just need to find it. Macedo, you said?
Yes, ma'am. Andrea
Wait.
Macedo,
What's the case again?
668465.
Okay.
So on that one, we have been pending the restitution invoice, but I guess it's been under our nose this whole time because Daniel said that it's in there. So I re-downloaded everything to make sure I go through it. And then we do have a new offer for her as well, so I'll be relaying that to her.
Okay. We could do the 31st, I mean, March 21st.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. That's fine. You never want to go over like 5 or 6 a day because we're already pushing that one with 6.
On the 31st?
Because we have MTR and then 5 other hearings. So like the 29th only has 4, so we want to start putting some on the 29th or April 1st because there's only one thing on that day. Because then you're gonna be like today with 12 cases.
Yeah.
Okay, next, are you ready?
Yes.
Christopher Bell, he has 2 cases, 662-346 and 662-347. We did talk to Kathleen yesterday. We're gonna apply for PTD and we're just waiting for him to get a letter from his recruiter to submit with that application because he does have prior criminal history, and so we're trying to bypass that. And we think a letter will help. So 30 days on this one would be okay, Corinne. If you approve it.
Yes. To submit the application?
Yes, because we're also waiting for a letter from the recruiter, so that might take like a week or 2.
I see. Okay. Let's do April 1st and then we'll go from there.
April 1st. Okay, we'll do April 1st.
If you get it before or anything like that,
Yeah, we'll
let me know.
CC you.
Perfect.
I'm gonna talk to Judge about Morales, Alejandro Morales. And then next we have Lightyear 647-472. I saw that all the cases that were set on Friday you put to today. So we have like 13 cases today. Just
I know.
Okay.
Yes, and then the ones from Tuesday to today, yeah.
Yeah. So we have Lightyear 647-472. The state's gonna allow us to apply for pretrial as well, so we're gonna be submitting that application. So 4/1 works for us that same day.
Okay. Sounds good.
So you moved 315s to today? Tuesdays?
If you had any cases on Tuesday and if you didn't show up, yes, I don't remember.
Okay,
Tuesday,
because
Tuesday.
so I saw that a compliance hearing was set for today for Ana Aguilar 660-652. But when I spoke to her, she said that it was set on the 15th, and I went to CJS and I saw it was the 15th, so I don't think that one changed to today, so I told her it was still on the 15th. So now you're saying there's no docket on the 15th? That's why it was showing up for today.
On the 15th of?
The 15th of March, so next Tuesday. So I can call her so she could log in now if we're gonna have to hear it today.
If you want to do the 15th or even the 17th if you like.
Okay, so are you having a docket on the 15th?
On the 15th, yes, we are.
Okay, okay.
Yes.
I thought you said everything from Tuesday was pushed to today.
For some reason, just for a split second, I thought the 15th, March 15th was last Tuesday, but it's not.
Okay, okay.
So
we're
yes,
okay for Tuesday, okay.
The 15th, yes.
So on Lightyear, are we doing 4/1?
Yes.
Okay, and then I'll take a break because I think other attorneys came in to make announcements.
All right. Let's see. Hi, Oscar.
My inmate, Mr. Loscano, we've done the paperwork, so we should be in line to do the plea, please.
Perfect.
We'll take a couple of announcements and then I will take that, please, sir.
Perfect. Let me see. Mr. Sheffield?
Hi.
Hi. For Emmanuel, we were taking, he has 6 cases. He did paperwork on 1. We're still making paperwork on 2 other pleas.
So he needs 2 more to be done.
Yes, actually,
Okay.
and that paperwork is with you. I can send you a reminder for both of them so they show on top of your inbox.
Are they with me?
Yes.
Oh, I thought I had done them. Okay. All right.
Let me
Sorry.
send you a reminder.
Thank you.
It's fine.
Were there any other announcements?
Yes, I have a few.
Yes.
Judge, sorry.
Okay.
So I have a plea for Karina Cantu, which all the paperwork should have been submitted. I know I just submitted the discovery, so that may take a little bit time.
Okay.
But I have 3 cases that I wanted to talk to you about. On one of them, Mr. Borges Morales, 674944.
Hang on. My
It's at
docket
10
is
a.m.
not in numerical order, so.
It's at 10 a.m., Judge.
Oh, there we go. Okay, got it. Okay, Ms. Dominguez.
Your Honor, on this one, since he had been arrested, we haven't had any contact. I do know that he is homeless. This case is 3 months old. The state has allowed us to apply for PTD. I just have not been able to reach him. I've sent a letter to Haven for Hope, hoping that I'd get a call back. I've also reached out to the peer specialist over there to see if they can find him on campus. I haven't been able to make contact to even apply for PTD. I think it's a great offer. I just haven't been able to do that. I'm not sure how the court wants to proceed though.
Well, I will render some assistance to you. We will forfeit the bond and issue a capias for his arrest, and then we can let you know when you can make contact.
Okay.
If you hear from him first, let us know.
Okay. The other one I have is Alejandro Morales, 677174.
Yes, ma'am.
Same thing with him. He's homeless. However, I have made contact with him. He calls me when I'm not at my desk, but yesterday he did call me, but I wasn't here in the morning, and so I wasn't able to answer it. He is homeless. I tried to call back the number. It does ring to Haven for Hope, but it's like a lobby phone that he uses, so no one around there knows who he is. And they said that he can make calls, but they don't, stay around to receive calls. But he has called me multiple times, and I just haven't been able to make contact. As recent as yesterday, he called.
And we've already reset to give you time to find him. I tell you what, we'll recall it. Or do you have a docket tomorrow?
I don't think we do. Everything for tomorrow was set for today, Your Honor.
All right, then we'll go ahead and do a bond forfeiture, but if he gets in touch with you sooner, we can always get that withdrawn and reinstated.
And do you want him to come in for that?
If you can Zoom him in some way, or he can physically come in.
Okay. Okay. The other case I have is Talik Pryor 620247.
Yes.
We have an offer. This is a prior trial setting prior to pandemic happening. My client was FTA for a few months and then recently got arrested. We went back through the discovery. He's just not responsive when I try to reach out to him to go over his evidence to prep for trial. And so I wasn't able to reach him before this setting. I know that he's a teacher, so he doesn't have his phone on during those business hours. So it's just hard for me to try to reach him and get a response back, but I have not made contact with him prior to this court date.
And he is not making efforts to stay in touch with you?
At this time, no. I have set up multiple evidence review times to go over everything on Zoom to make it easy, and he doesn't show up and doesn't call. He does text me afterwards, but it defeats the purpose.
Right, and he is not present today?
No, Your Honor.
Was he told to be present?
I have not made contact with him to let him know he needed to be present. I did leave a voicemail asking him to call me, I believe Monday or Tuesday.
If he was, let's give it a quick reset so that you can give him notice, but he'll need to appear on the Zoom. Corinne, what's your first available?
We could do March 17, next Thursday.
Okay.
Judge, we would ask the same for Alejandro Morales, because I think I'm gonna try to send my case manager to Haven to see if she could just find him in person. If we could just do a quick reset on that one instead
I
of the
will,
warrant.
since he does try to call you, we'll give him a quick reset.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Any others, Ms. Dominguez?
Just quick announcements on 2 other cases, Your Honor.
All right.
I have Michael Teeter, 672-733. We were waiting for the DA's office to talk to the complaining witness about our counteroffer. That's not something that they agreed on, so we are gonna stay with the original offer. I do need to relay that to my client and see how he wants to proceed, if it's gonna be a trial setting or if he wants to take that offer.
All right. So a couple weeks will give you sufficient time?
Yes, Your Honor, 2 weeks should be fine.
We can do March 21st.
Can we do the 1st?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And the last one, 638-503, the state is emailing us an offer on that one.
That's Zavala?
Yes, and photos were uploaded recently, so we'll review everything with him.
All right. So that'll be a 2-week reset on that one as well.
If we could do 4-1, that works.
We'll do.
Oh,
Sounds good.
okay.
And that's all that I have, besides the plea for Karina, when you're ready, Your Honor.
All right. Very good.
Thank you.
We'll go ahead and proceed with the plea on Eduardo Lascano. I see Mr. Lascano. Can you hear me, sir? Oh dear.
It was muted. Yes, ma'am, I can hear you.
Okay, is that noise going on continually in the background?
Yes, ma'am, it's the fire alarm.
Oh, that's joyful.
I can mute him and unmute him to make things easier. However you want to proceed, Judge.
Well, because I'm gonna have to hear him. So we're going to do the best that we can under the circumstances that we have. All right. We have cause number 679884, styled the state of Texas versus Eduardo Raimundo Lascano. And Mr. Lascano is appearing today with his attorney, Mr. Hernandez. Mr. Lascano, have you had enough time to talk to your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have filed some paperwork with the court, including a defendant's consent to plea by video conference. And I need to know if you understood that when you signed that document, you were giving up your right to appear in open court and agreeing to the court taking your plea via video teleconference.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Then you have filed a defendant's waiver of constitutional rights and court admonitions. Do you remember reading that document and going over it with Mr. Hernandez before you signed it?
Yes, ma'am.
And you recalled that you were giving up very important rights when you signed this document, including your right to have a jury trial and your right to remain silent.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Hernandez went over all this paperwork with you and answered all of your questions about it.
Yes, he did.
Right. You are before the court charged with the offense of criminal trespass in a habitat or shelter. Do you understand the nature of the charge?
Yes, I do.
You understand that it is a Class A misdemeanor and carries a punishment range of up to 1 year confinement in the county jail and a fine not to exceed $4,000.
Yes, I do.
How do you wish to plead to that charge, sir?
No contest.
Are you entering your no contest plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
You are an American citizen.
Yes, I am.
All right. You live in Bexar County?
Yes, I do.
What type of work do you do?
Actually, I think it's Medina County.
You're a resident of Medina County. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
And what kind of work do you normally do?
Construction, home remodeling.
All right. You understand that if I follow the plea agreement that you have made with the state, that you may not appeal this case to a higher court.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions for me so far?
No, I do not.
Right. And I find that your no contest plea has been freely and voluntarily entered. And based on your plea, I do find that you are guilty of the offense of criminal trespass in a shelter or habitation. Is there a sentencing recommendation from the state, please?
There is, Your Honor. This will be for a JSAT, $0 fine plus court costs, 14 days in the Bexar County Jail, credit for time served, time and money to run concurrent.
And Mr. Lascano, is that the agreement that you have made?
Yes, I have.
Mr. Lascano, I will sentence you in accordance with the plea agreement to spend 14 days confinement in the Bexar County Jail with court costs and credit for time served. The time and monies will run concurrently. I find that the judgment is satisfied. Were you fingerprinted when you were booked into the jail, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I was.
All right. Is it stipulated by the state and defense that we may use that in lieu of a fingerprint on the court's file?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Right. Is there anything further for the record from the state?
No, Your Honor.
The defense?
No, Your Honor.
That will be the judgment of the court. Is there anything, do you have any questions, Mr. Lascano?
No, ma'am. I don't.
Then you are excused at this time, sir. Mr. Hernandez, do you have any additional business before the court?
I do not, Judge. Thank you. Oh, actually,
You
yes.
may be
Okay, thank you. But we will
All
be
right.
back. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you.
Hi, I have someone here by the name of Ronnie Anderson. I'm gonna ask you to unmute. Ronnie, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. I see that you don't have a court-appointed attorney for your MTR. Do you want to hire one or do you want a court-appointed one?
I wanted the court-appointed one.
Okay, thank you. I have someone that can take your case. I'm gonna put you in a breakout room with him, okay?
Okay.
Mhm. Mr. Hernandez, I sent you a request. Thank you so much. Hi, Joel. Good morning.
Was that for me?
Yes. How are you today?
Good morning. How are you?
Doing well. Thank you. You're here for Sonia Montemayor.
Correct.
We're ready. We're set to do a plea, but I don't see her in the waiting room.
She said she was on. I was actually on
Okay,
the phone with
let me
her.
See,
like
I
this
have
later.
someone here. I don't know if that's her.
She said it said, wait to be admitted or whatever.
Let me see. I have someone here that has some numbers. I don't know if that's her.
Yeah. Just that's her.
Okay. Sonia, I'm going to rename you, okay? Hi, Mr. Acevedo. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm here on Kristen Morrison, but that case may not have been filed yet. I don't think there's labs.
No, not filed yet.
You just want to set me out for 60 days to see if they come in. I don't think it's going to come back with alcohol, which means they're going to probably send it for a drug screen as well. So if you can give me some time, I think that would probably help.
Okay, let's see. You don't need to talk to the state?
There's no lab. I mean, there's really not much to talk about. I
Okay.
don't get alcohol in their system.
I will reset it for May 6th and we'll go from there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, May 6th it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
And Corinne, I see the discovery signature requests on Emmanuel Gonzalez, but I think Mr. Sheffield was still working on those pleas. Is that correct?
That is correct. We're
All
still
right.
waiting on one more for the client to finish.
Okay, and then I have Karina Cantu. It looks like I have all of her paperwork if they are ready.
Erica? It looks like she's talking to someone.
Okay, that's fine.
Corinne, is there any chance you can place me in a breakout room with Kathleen Gotts for just a minute?
Yes, of course. Hi, Chris. Good morning.
Morning.
You're here for Patricia Carreon.
That's correct. And I
Okay.
was conferring with Daniel the last time.
Okay. You need a breakout room with him?
Yes.
Okay. Let me see. Because we may be ready for a plea. Erica, are you ready for a plea?
I'm sorry, were you talking to me, Corinne?
Yes. Are you ready for the plea?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay.
All right, let's call cause number 651916, the state of Texas versus Karina Cantu. And you are Ms. Cantu?
Yes.
And you can hear me just fine?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Ms. Cantu is here with her attorney, Erica Dominguez. Ms. Cantu, have you had enough time to talk to Ms. Dominguez about your case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you have filed some paperwork with the court. The first document is a consent to plea by video conference. Did you understand that when you signed this document, you were giving up your right to appear in open court and instead to enter your plea by this video teleconference?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you have signed and filed a defendant's waiver of constitutional rights and court admonitions. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you read that document and went over it with Ms. Dominguez before you signed it?
That is correct.
You understood that you gave up very important rights when you signed it, including your right to have a jury trial and your right to remain silent?
That is correct.
You are before the court charged with the offense of driving while intoxicated. Do you understand the nature of the charge?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that it is a Class B misdemeanor and carries a punishment range of up to, this is a DWI first, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. I accidentally
That's okay.
pressed B when it should be DWI first, the first
That's
option.
okay.
Yes, Your Honor. And it was originally charged as a DWI Class A, but we are going to be waiving the enhancement.
So we're plain vanilla DWI first.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct.
Got it. All right. So Ms. Cantu, you understand that that offense carries a punishment range of confinement in the county jail from not less than 72 hours to more than 180 days and a fine not to exceed $2,000.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. How do you wish to plead to the charge of driving while intoxicated?
No contest.
All right. Are you entering your no contest plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You are an American citizen.
Yes.
You live in Bexar County?
Yes.
And what type of work do you do, ma'am?
Insurance.
You're in sales?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that if I follow the plea agreement you have made with the state, that you may not appeal this case to a higher court?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any questions so far?
No, ma'am.
You are asking to be placed on deferred adjudication, is that correct?
Yes.
You understand that if I place you on deferred adjudication, there will be a list of rules, we call them terms and conditions, that you will have to comply with.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that if you successfully comply with all of those rules, that at the conclusion of the deferred period, the case against you will be dismissed without a final conviction being entered.
Yes.
You understand that if you were to violate any of those rules, that the district attorney's office could bring the case back to court.
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand that if they were to prove a violation, that based on your plea today, the court could find you guilty, revoke your probation, and proceed to sentence you in accordance or up to the full range of punishment allowed by law.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you believe that you have a problem with alcohol or any other substance?
No, ma'am.
This is a one-time gross error in judgment,
Yes.
not to be repeated.
No.
That works for me. If at any time you decide you need some help dealing with alcohol or other issues, you understand that's available through probation.
Yes, ma'am.
And you need to tell them what's going on so they can get you some help before you come back to see me when you're really going to need some help.
Yes.
Okay. Any questions about anything?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Your Honor, we would like an opportunity to address the court.
All right, Mr. Mingus.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would just let the court know that she does have a valid driver's license. I did check her license eligibility this morning. It is eligible. She has one in her possession. We would ask that any future suspensions run with the suspensions that already occurred, since this is DWI since 2020. Additionally, we would ask for the court to impose the minimum supervisory fees. Ms. Karina or Ms. Cantu is working currently. She works as an insurance agency. She makes $2,928 a month. She does have a slew of expenses that she is paying. She pays rent for $1,100. She has utilities that are separated from that, which is about $100 a month. She has a $100 cell phone. She does pay a car note of $370. She has insurance. She has life insurance, which is about $100 a month. Of course, gas right now is very high, so she's paying about $100 a week. She does help her parents out. She is, helping her parents and her siblings out with some financials, and that's about $500 a month. In addition to having to get the interlock ignition on the vehicle, we would ask the court to impose the minimum supervisory fees if possible.
All right, I will take that all into consideration. Ms. Cantu, based on your no contest plea, I find that the evidence in this case substantiates a finding of guilt. Is there a recommendation from the state at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. Our recommendation, it's a $500 fine, court costs, 12 months deferred adjudication, 48 hours community service, the DWI education class, the victim impact panel, a tap eval, ignition interlock for half the term, and a $60 blood draw restitution fee to DPS.
All right, Ms. Cantu, as recited by the prosecutor, is that the agreement that you have made?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Cantu, I will defer the finding of guilt, placing you on deferred adjudication with a $500 fine plus costs of court, 12 months of deferred adjudication, 48 hours of community service restitution, DWI education course, an ignition interlock for half the term of probation. Do you currently have an ignition interlock on your vehicle?
No, ma'am.
Okay, that'll need to be installed within 10 days. There will be a TAP evaluation and you'll follow the recommendations resulting therefrom. Complete a victim impact panel. I will set the supervisory fee at $30 a month. There will be a $60 restitution to DPS for the blood draw. And if the need arises, do you all stipulate to use the fingerprint from the booking?
Yes, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Now, you had asked me, Ms. Dominguez, to run any license suspension or to give her credit for time served on a license suspension. And so you're anticipating that this deferred is going to trigger one?
Yes, Your Honor. I do
Because of
know
the
that it'll
DWIA?
trigger the suspension for the interlock, which is a requirement, and that's fine because she will have that to satisfy the license part of it.
Okay.
But just any future suspensions because she is entering a plea on this case.
Okay. And how long was her license suspended previously?
I'm not sure, Your Honor, because right now it's just showing eligible, but this is a DWI from 2020. So I'm not sure how long the suspension was there. I do know that it was a breath refusal, so there had been a suspension prior.
Okay, all right. All right, that helps me tighten up my notes a little bit. So we'll have the $30 supervisory fee, 60 restitution to DPS. The defendant will receive credit for the refusal suspension for any future driver's license suspension if imposed. And we had to correct the punishment range. Is there anything further for the record?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you for your time.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All right, then Ms. Cantu, I'm going to excuse you from court. You will need to report to the probation department. They will be notifying you by phone or email within the next week, instructing you where and how to report.
Okay.
So
And will
be
they,
aware that that's coming so that you don't miss it.
okay. Would they also be able to tell me where to get the breathalyzer installed in the car?
They can. I'm sure they have a list of those providers. In the meantime, since you only have 10 days to get that installed, you might want to speak to your attorney or Google, and there will be some places that will be available in Bexar County to take care of that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, anything else?
No, ma'am.
All right. Then this hearing is adjourned.
And Karina, I will be calling you to explain that to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, Oscar. You came back from the breakout room? Mr. Hernandez? And we also have more, please, whenever you're ready, Judge.
Okay, I think we have everything we need for a plea on James Darwin Bryan. Mr. Bryan, can you hear me? I'll need you. There we go.
Hey, Judge, how are you?
I am well. How are you?
Good, good. Good to see you.
Thank you. And Mr. Bryan, you can hear us?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, very good. We're going to call cause number 668857, the state of Texas versus James Darwin Bryan. And Mr. Bryan is present today with his attorney, Mr. Kuntz. And the first order of business, it looks like that we need to tend to is the state's motion to amend the information. And Mr. Escobar, you are desirous of amending the information.
Your Honor, the state's going to amend the information to add a count 2 for obstruction, and we're going to proceed solely on count 2.
Mr. Kuntz, any objection?
No, obviously not. We're very grateful.
I always just like to check. Stranger things have happened. All right. And then as a part of that filing, I see that we have the amended information. And a waiver of objection to amendment, stipulation of facts, and judicial confession. Mr. Bryan, you have read these documents?
Yes, ma'am.
You have
And I
gone over
understand
them with Mr. Kuntz.
Yes, ma'am.
You understood that you gave up very important rights when you signed them, including your right to have a jury trial and your right to remain silent.
Yes, ma'am.
And you are currently before the court charged with the offense of obstruction of a highway or passageway. Do you understand the nature of that charge?
Mr. Kuntz read it all to me. Yes, ma'am. I am very aware. Thank you.
All right. And you understand that that is a Class B misdemeanor.
Yes, ma'am.
It carries a punishment range of up to 180 days confinement in the county jail and or a fine not to exceed $2,000.
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you wish to plead to that charge, sir?
Guilty, ma'am.
Are you entering your guilty plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You are an American citizen.
Yes, ma'am.
You live in Bexar County.
Yes, ma'am.
And what kind of work do you do, sir?
I'm a truck driver, ma'am.
He's a long haul truck driver, Judge, and I did want to address that at some point when we're discussing the terms of probation, if that's okay.
All right. Let me find the rest of his paperwork. And Mr. Bryan, you do agree and consent to us taking your plea via video teleconference,
Yes, ma'am.
understanding that you do have the right to appear in open court and you are willing to waive that.
Yes, ma'am.
Fingers are not working well on this keyboard this morning. Y'all are going to have to indulge me with a little patience.
No problem, Judge.
Right. I find that the guilty plea in this case has been freely and voluntarily entered. Mr. Bryan, you understand that if I follow the plea agreement that you have made with the state, that you may not appeal this case to a higher court.
Yes, ma'am.
You have any
Excuse me.
questions about anything so far?
No, ma'am. Mr. Coons has made everything very clear.
And you are asking to be placed on deferred adjudication, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that if I follow that request, that during the period of deferred adjudication, there will be certain terms and conditions in shorthand rules that you will have to comply with.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that if you successfully do so, that at the conclusion of the deferred period, the case against you will be dismissed without a final conviction being entered.
Yes, ma'am. And I can seal that afterwards, right?
There is that potential, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
You also understand that if you were to violate any of the terms and conditions of deferred adjudication, that the district attorney's office can bring your case back to court.
Yes, ma'am.
At that time, based on the guilty plea that you have entered today, you understand that the court would have everything it would need in its file to find you guilty, revoke your deferred adjudication, and sentence you anything up to the maximum range of punishment allowed by law for this offense.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, then Mr. Bryan, based on your, oh wait, let me back up. Does the state wish to admit evidence in this case?
Yes, Your Honor, the state would like to admit the police report, State's Exhibit 1.
We've reviewed them and have no objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit number 1, the offense report is admitted. And Mr. Bryan, based on the evidence before me and your guilty plea, I do find that the evidence in the case substantiates a finding of guilt. Is there a recommendation in this matter from the state, please?
Yes, Your Honor, it's a $500 fine plus court costs, 16 months deferred adjudication, 48 hours community service, DWI education, victim impact panel, TAP eval, ignition interlock 1/2 term. In addition, Your Honor, the state will TIC cause number 668858.
668858.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. As outlined by the prosecutor, Mr. Bryan, is that the agreement that you have made?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and Mr. Bryan, I will defer the finding of guilt, placing you on deferred adjudication for a period of 16 months with a $500 fine and court costs, 48 hours of community service, DWI education, and ignition interlock on your vehicle for a minimum of 8 months. Do you currently have an ignition interlock, sir?
No, ma'am.
And Judge, what we are going to request is, since he is a truck driver by trade, if he could substitute the portable device that tests him 3 times a day. I've explained that it is more expensive, but given the fact that he drives trucks and things, it would probably be impossible for him to have an ignition interlock on every vehicle that he is driving.
Ms. Garza?
Your Honor, the state would leave that up to your discretion.
And Judge, just for the record, he drives 2 months on and 10 days off. He drives 7 days a week for those 2 months. So we would request, obviously, and he drives all over the country, and he doesn't really know from one day to the next where he's going to be. So obviously we would be asking the court to give him permission to continue to drive. He will stay in contact with probation, however the court deems necessary. And the other thing too, because of his limited off time, Judge, if we could figure out a way whether he can either buy his way out or do something with the community service hours so that he can satisfy the court with regard to the community service, but also be able to maintain his job.
All right. I will impose the following conditions of deferred adjudication: DWI education, ignition interlock device on the vehicle driven by the defendant with a minimum of 10 days to install, but defendant may substitute a handheld alcohol detection device due to his work as a truck driver, a TAP evaluation following recommendations resulting therefrom, a victim impact panel. In case the need arises, is it stipulated that we may use the fingerprint from the booking at the Bexar County Jail in lieu of one on the court's file?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And I've made a note that the defendant may travel for work, that he is generally 2 months on and 10 days off.
Thank you very much, Judge. I appreciate it.
Right. And this probably wouldn't have worked out very well 2 years ago, but due to COVID, I'm betting that probation can figure out a way to work with your reporting. After you pay your fines, court costs, and other fees, I will allow you to buy out the community service.
Thank you.
You may do that with a charitable donation or a donation to the probation department.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, is there anything further for the record?
Your Honor, the state will not be offering evidence regarding the blood alcohol content. There was an accident with an unattended vehicle. I do believe that the insurance paid the claim. If defense counsel wants to speak to that.
Judge, it's my understanding that a claim has been filed, and so he was insured at the time, so it should be taken care of. But obviously, he understands that if there is any outstanding restitution, he would be responsible for it.
I'll be glad to pay it.
I'm going to add restitution, if any, to the owner of the damaged vehicle. So it's in the terms. If we need to have a hearing on it, we could come back and have a hearing on it.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Your Honor, would you like the name of the complainant?
Sure.
Okay. Alexandra, and that's spelled Alexandra.
Mm-hmm.
Last name Elbert, ELB as in boy, ERT.
Got it. Thank you for that. All right. Anything else for the record?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing, Judge. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank
and
you.
then, Mr. Bryan, you're going to be hearing from probation within the next week, either via phone or email. So you need to be watching for that communication to come in.
Okay. All right.
Because you have certain deadlines that start to run from today's date. So
Okay.
We need to make sure that you're moving forward at all times on this.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else?
Nothing,
Your Honor,
Judge.
I did
This
submit
hearing
the-
is adjourned.
May we be
And-
excused, Judge?
You and your client may, Mr. Pence.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate you.
Your Honor, I did submit the dismissal on that case, and I did copy defense counsel.
I see
Wonderful.
it.
Thank
I'll
you very
take care
much.
of that right now.
Awesome.
Hi, Michael. Good morning.
Good morning. I apologize. I've been working on another case in another courtroom. They're pretty backed up, and it was a trial setting, so I had to be there. I'm here for Dionisio Silva. He's here in the break or in the meeting as well. He's in my office in the room next door too. I wanted to confer with Kathleen, who I've been conferring with on off docket. If that's possible.
Yes, let me put you in a breakout room with her.
Thank you very much.
Number 628451, the defendant is Deborah Dixon.
Hi, Tony. Good morning.
Good morning.
You're here for a few clients. Do you need to talk to the state?
I do. I've got 3 evens and 1 odd. I don't know if that's still how they're splitting them up.
Yes. You want to talk to Daniel or Kathleen first?
Whoever's available, whatever's.
Both of them are in the breakout rooms.
Okay, I'll speak with Kathleen first then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oscar, can you hear me?
Okay. So what?
No. Oscar? Angelica, can you hear me? Okay, right now we're just waiting for your attorney, okay?
Corinne, is there anything else I need to do with Sonia Montemayor, or we're just in line?
Yes, you're just in line right now. Yes, the paperwork should be with Judge Chapman right now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I was just completing some other paperwork on other cases, but yes, we are ready, I believe, to take the plea on Sonia Montemayor.
Yes, I'm just bringing Daniel back in one of the breakout rooms.
Okay.
And Judge, if I may, I believe I checked off the punishment range for a Class A, and it's a Class B. We're going on count 2 obstruction. It's a Class B misdemeanor.
Okay, yes, I think I can fix that.
Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize.
That's okay.
Okay, I also sent them a text for one of them to join. Robert, can you hear me? I'm gonna ask you to unmute. There you go. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
Hi, Robert. Your attorney was here earlier and he reset your case for April 21st. You may leave. You're excused now.
What was your name?
My
Are you
name is
the-
Corinne.
Are you the judge?
No, I am the court coordinator. Just stay in contact with your attorney, okay?
April 21st?
Yes.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Have a good day.
Been promoted.
We have Kathleen here.
Oh, there she is. Very good.
Thank you, Kathleen.
All right, we will call cause number 673622, styled the state of Texas versus Sonia Montemayor. Ms. Montemayor, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Ms. Montemayor is appearing today with her attorney, Mr. Perez. Have you had enough time to speak with your attorney about this case, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have filed some documents with the court. One of those is a consent to plea by video conference. You understood that when you signed that document, you were giving up your right to appear in open court to enter your plea.
Yes, ma'am.
And you agreed to have me take your plea via teleconference.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, you have also filed a defendant's waiver of constitutional rights and court admonitions. Do you recall reading that document?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you go over it with your attorney before you signed it?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
You understood that you were giving up very important rights when you signed it, including your right to have a jury trial and your right to remain silent.
Yes, ma'am.
And does the state wish to make a motion in this case?
Yes, Your Honor. We would like to waive and abandon count 1 and proceed solely on count 2, obstruction of a highway.
No objections, Your Honor.
All right, that will be granted. And so, Ms. Montemayor, you are before the court charged with the offense of obstructing a highway or passageway. Do you understand the nature of the charge?
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand that it is a Class B misdemeanor carrying a punishment range of up to 180 days confinement in the Bexar County Jail and or a fine not to exceed $2,000.
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you wish to plead to that charge?
Guilty.
Are you entering your guilty plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you an American citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that if I follow the plea agreement that you have made with the state in this matter, that you may not appeal the case to a higher court.
Yes, ma'am.
So you are certain that this is what you want to do?
Yes.
You are asking me to place you on deferred adjudication, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you willing to comply with the terms and conditions of that program that I will assign to you?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that if you successfully comply with all of them, that at the conclusion of the deferred period, the case against you will be dismissed without a final conviction being entered.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that if you violate those rules, that at the if you violate the rules, the district attorney's office can bring the case back to court.
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand that if that happens and they prove a violation, that based on the plea that you have entered today, that the court can find you guilty, enter a final conviction, and then sentence you up to the full range of punishment that is allowed by law for this charge.
Yes, ma'am.
Does the state wish to introduce any evidence at this time?
Yes, Your Honor, the state would like to introduce State's Exhibit 1, the police report.
No objections, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 1 is admitted. And Ms. Montemayor, based on your guilty plea and the evidence before me, I find that the evidence in this case substantiates a finding of guilt. Is there a recommendation in this matter for sentencing from the state?
Yes, Your Honor. This would be a $500 fine plus court costs, 48 hours community service, 12 months deferred adjudication, DWI education, victim impact panel, tap eval, and ignition interlock 1/2 term.
Do you currently have an ignition interlock device on your vehicle, Ms. Montemayor?
No, ma'am.
All right, as recited by the prosecutor, is that indeed the agreement you have made in this matter?
Yes, ma'am.
That's our agreement, Your Honor.
All right, then
If
Ms.
I might-
Montemayor, I will defer the finding of guilt, placing you on deferred adjudication for 12 months with a $500 fine and costs of court, 48 hours of community service restitution, DWI education, an ignition interlock device on the vehicle that you drive for a minimum of 6 months with 10 days to install, a TAP evaluation following recommendations resulting therefrom. You will complete a victim impact panel, and if the need arises, do you all stipulate to use of the fingerprint from the booking sheet?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge.
All right.
And if I might, Your Honor, just a couple of things.
Yes.
Her license was suspended from December 23rd, 21 to March 22nd, 2022. And if the court might be able to give her some credit on any upcoming suspension. Also,
Is that a refusal suspension?
No, Your Honor, it's failure.
Okay.
And also, if you could give her the option to buy out of the community service, just in case you can, the option. And then I don't know her circumstances on the driving, Your Honor, but if you could also give her the option to do the mobile device and see which one fits best for her, Your Honor. Those are the 3 requests that I would have.
What kind of work do you do, ma'am?
Retail.
Okay, and are you working full-time?
Yes, ma'am.
And so I'm unclear on the request with regard to the ignition interlock, Mr. Perez. Could you go through that again for me?
Yeah, just I don't know what her circumstances are with regards to the driving. So if the court could give her an option either to install the ignition interlock or have a mobile device that she carries with her.
Do you drive a vehicle, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you own a vehicle?
Yes.
All right. Absent some good cause, I think for the protection of the public and in compliance with the plea agreement, we're going to go with the ignition interlock. Is there some reason that you would not be able to install that on your vehicle?
No, ma'am.
Okay. The vehicle is operable. It's not in the shop. There's nothing like that going on.
No, ma'am.
Okay, then we'll go with the ignition interlock. I've made a correction that this punishment range is a Class B obstruction, not a Class A DWI. Is there anything else for the record?
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the state would like to note for the record that the BAC was .102. There was no accident.
All right. All right, then ma'am, you should be receiving some communication from the probation department within the next week via phone or email. So be aware that it's coming so that you respond to it promptly.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
They'll schedule your intake to go over all of the terms and conditions of deferred adjudication with you. Make sure that you understand them and follow them, and please do not return.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Perez, did you have any additional business with the court today?
No, Your Honor, may we be excused?
You certainly may.
It was a pleasure to appear before you, Your Honor.
All right, take care.
Thank you.
Hi, Chris, welcome back.
Hello.
I saw here that you need a reset.
Yes, it's going to be a conditional dismissal. So I need like probably a long reset. There's going to be a couple conditions for dismissal.
Okay, I'll give you 30 days for now, and then we'll go from there.
Perfect.
We can do April 20th.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, sounds
Thank
good.
you. All
Have a
right.
nice day. Thank you.
You too. Bye-bye.
Hi, Oscar. You're back.
Hello. Yeah, I was able to talk to my client. He does want to meet and discuss it before, I guess, I talk to the state, and I'll go over the paperwork with him ahead of time.
Okay. 3 weeks is fine.
Sure, that'll work.
Okay. We could do March 30th, and then we'll go from there. And I will send you your appointment order after Zoom is over.
Sounds great. Thank you so much
Thank you. You have a nice day.
as well.
Ronnie, you are
Yes, ma'am.
excused. Just stay in contact with your client. I mean, you're with your attorney, okay?
I'm excused.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Have a nice day. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, Eric. Good morning.
Good morning. If I could speak with the state, please.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
And your client is Jose Marines, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. We have a few pleas ready, but right now both prosecutors are comparing. We'll give them a few minutes, and then I'll bring Daniel Gaffin back.
Corinne, do you need a 5-minute break?
I'm okay, Judge.
Okay.
We're good. Thank you.
All right, I think we will take 5 minutes.
Okay, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Hi, Tony.
Hey, Corinne, everybody was gone. It was weird.
Yes, we took a little break. Do you have announcements?
I've got announcements on 3, and then I still need to talk with Daniel on 1.
Perfect. Let me take the announcements that you have for now.
Sure. On Taylor Edmondson, that one, she's been, I guess, cleared to apply for pretrial diversion. And so I just request 2 weeks to get that application in and processed.
We can do March 29th. It's a Tuesday.
Yep, that's perfect. All right, my next one is Matthew Galvan. And that one, this was a discovery compliance setting, but I think that we had gotten a pretty short reset on it previously, so they're still pending. So I think that we'll probably need at least 30 days on that one.
Okay. We can do April 21st. It's a Thursday.
Okay, perfect. And then my next one is Nathan Katuga. And this one, I actually was thinking that we had requested blood discovery last time, but it was a red file prior to last setting. And so I want to request blood discovery on that one today.
Blood discovery, you said, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and 60 days on this one.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. Let's do May 3rd. It's a Tuesday.
Okay, sounds good. And then for my last one, that's the one I'll have to speak with
Daniel
about.
Okay. Hi, George. Good morning.
Hey, how's it going?
All good, all good. How are you today?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. We're here for Trinity's plea.
Correct. And the other one, I think you just saw it. I sent a motion to withdraw. There's a lot of issues with that one. It's going to take a while. I can't really resolve it in a short amount of time.
Okay. I'll go ahead and send him well, he's here. He's trying to connect to audio. I will try to appoint another attorney.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. Right now, we're just waiting on the DAs to finish conferring and then for Judge to come back.
No problem. Thanks. Yeah, the paperwork on Ms. Guevara is all complete, I believe. So.
Yes.
Okay.
And we should be ready also. This is Sean on Emmanuel Gonzalez.
Yes.
Sorry. Thank you very much.
Yes, no problem. Everything is ready.
Jules, can you place me back in the breakout room with Kathleen? I dropped the call by mistake.
Yes. Hi, Mr. Whalen. Good morning.
Good morning.
Breakout room, Mr. Del Garza.
Yes.
If I could be in a breakout room with the DA, that'd be great too.
Yes, give me one moment. Hi, Erica.
Hi, Corinne.
I just saw your message.
Okay.
Let me see. We can do March 29. No, actually March 1st. I mean, April 1st.
Okay.
A few of those.
Thank you. I don't think there's anything else that I had besides that.
Yes, that was the last one.
All right, let me know if you need anything. Thank you.
Will do. Thank you. Thank you, Erica. I'm gonna bring Kathleen back to take one of the please. Hi, Kirby.
Hello, I need to get the paperwork started on this, plea paperwork.
Perfect. On it right now.
Yeah, I already talked to the DAs earlier.
Awesome. Perfect. I'll send it right now.
All right.
Hi, Kathleen. Judge, whenever you're ready, we have please for Emmanuel.
All right, we will call cause numbers 672-701, 672-702, and 672-703, each styled the state of Texas versus Emmanuel Gonzalez. And you are Mr. Gonzalez? Can you unmute Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
All right, you are a passenger, not a driver in that vehicle, correct?
I'm parked.
You are, okay. Oh,
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the next person down on the screen has a ceiling fan running and it makes the whole thing look like it's moving. So I apologize, but you can hear me just fine?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Mr. Gonzalez is appearing with Mr. Sheffield. How are you today, Mr. Sheffield?
Good morning, Judge. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Mr. Gonzalez, have you had enough time to speak to your attorney about these cases?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have turned in several sets of paperwork. Each contains a defendant's consent to plea by video conference. And you understood that when you signed those documents, you were giving up your right to appear in open court and agreeing to the court taking your plea via video conference.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then in each case, you have signed and turned in a defendant's waiver of constitutional rights and court admonitions. Do you recall reading those documents and going over them with Mr. Sheffield?
What documents were those again?
They're each called a defendant's waiver of constitutional rights and court admonitions. Sometimes attorneys refer to it as the plea paperwork.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in each of these cases, when you read this document and went over it with Mr. Sheffield, did you understand that you were giving up very important rights, such as your right to have a jury trial and your right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
In cause number 672-701, you are charged with the offense of resisting arrest, search, or transport. Do you understand the nature of that charge?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that it is a Class A misdemeanor.
Yes, ma'am.
that it carries a punishment range of up to 1 year confinement in the Bexar County Jail and or a fine not to exceed $4,000.
Yes, ma'am.
And then in cause numbers 672-702 and 672-703, you are charged in each of those cases with a Class B misdemeanor of failure to report highway damage in excess of $200.
Yes, ma'am.
And those each carry a punishment range of up to 180 days confinement in the county jail and or a fine not to exceed $2,000.
Yes, ma'am. Can I ask you something? I have a question.
Absolutely.
So I went ahead and said this to my lawyer as well, but since you're on here, I'd like to hear it. And see, prior to that night that all this happened, I was in a car accident before. And when I was speaking to the officers over the phone at the dispatch office, they, these were two vehicles that were involved in a car wreck, including that was mine and somebody else's. And we didn't have any cops come out to the place of the incident or the wreck. And I was told that we had up to 10 days to report an accident like that. And where's the fine line in that to where somebody can say, okay, this happened, I have 10 days. Is it over the $200 damage or how does that work? I mean, I'm interested in knowing that.
Okay, I'm not sure that I understand your question. And of course, I don't have access to any of the information with
Judge,
regard to the specifics of
if I
your
may,
case.
Your Honor, I can discuss that with him further.
I think maybe you should. Should we put y'all in a breakout room for a minute?
Yes, we can do that, Judge.
Okay, let's do that. And then we'll come back and you can visit with Mr. Sheffield, Mr. Gonzalez, and we'll make sure that you understand everything before we go forward with the plea.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Michael. Good morning.
Good morning. I just want to speak to Kathleen one last time. I spoke with my client and I want to talk to her. Thank you.
Judge, may I go back in the breakout room during the break or? Oh,
You're muted, Judge.
You're muted?
I won't be long, Your Honor.
Judge, you're still muted? I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, Ms. Garza, you can step out. I can hear a smoke detector going off in the background of somebody. If that's you and you're not muted, would you please mute yourself?
Thank you.
Michael, if you can just rejoin the breakout room, please. Adam Herrera, can you hear me? Adam, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry about
Hi.
that.
Okay. Your current attorney will be withdrawing from your case. I need to appoint you someone else. Do you want to hire an attorney or do you want a court-appointed attorney?
You could court appoint.
Okay, Sounds good. Just stay here for a few minutes. I already have someone, but he is conferring with his client, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Michael.
Hi, so I just spoke with Kathleen. My client I think we're gonna take a plea, but we need to wait on his vehicles in the shop and for ignition interlock purposes, we're gonna have to reset. I think he said 4 weeks, if that's okay with you.
Okay, we can
We
do,
set it on the plea docket, so.
April 5th. It's a Tuesday.
Okay, let me check my calendar real quick. Make sure I don't have anything.
Your Honor, we're back.
Yeah, that works. Okay, so April 5th, around the same time, right?
Yes.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you, ma'am. My client and I be excusing?
Yes.
Thank you all. Have a great day.
Have a nice day. Thank you.
Sorry about that. We're back.
That's fine, Mr. Sheffield. It's never a problem to make sure that we're clear on everything.
And,
let me bring one of the
we're ready to
ADAs
go,
back.
Judge.
All right.
Let me bring Kathleen back. And it was Kathleen.
And where is Mr. Gonzalez?
I apologize, Judge. He was in that breakout room. Hopefully he's coming back.
Bring him back.
Mr. Gonzalez, if you can hear us, if you'll say something, it'll help you to pop up on my screen.
Yeah, he's there, Judge.
Okay. I can't see everybody who's on the screen. I can only get 12 at a time because I have to use my desktop for the paperwork and my iPad for the people. And so it helps if you make noise. I can see you a little more clearly. All right. We are back on the record in Mr. Emmanuel Gonzalez's 3 cases. And Mr. Gonzalez, you've had some time to confer with Mr. Sheffield with regard to the question you asked the court. Was he able to clarify to you the answer to the question and how it applies in your case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so you are before the court charged with failure to report highway damage in 2 cases and resisting arrest, search, and transport. And I believe we had covered the punishment ranges in each of those cases. And how do you wish to plead to the resisting arrest, search, or transport?
No contest.
And how do you wish to plead in the 2 cases to the charges of failure to report highway damage?
No contest.
And are you entering each of the 3 pleas freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You are an American citizen.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you live and work in Bexar County?
Yes, ma'am. My job, we travel from time to time. So we go out of the county. I'm a commercial roofer.
Okay.
And we travel out of the county, out of the state, often.
And so when you're traveling out of the county or out of the state, are you, I presume, sometimes having to be gone overnight?
Yes, ma'am. Sometimes months at times, maybe 6 months. There's jobs and projects. Sometimes takes about 1.5 to 2 years.
All right. And how far in advance do you know about that travel schedule?
Depends on what the information is for. For instance, I mean, I can probably be given a heads up, a month at times, in advance. Sometimes it's a couple of days before I have to leave out of town. It varies on what jobs we go to.
You would have the opportunity to contact your probation officer to let them know where you would be and how they would be able to be in touch with you.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, I would keep in contact with them if I happen to leave out of town.
That's going to be the key to all of this, is communicating.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I find that the no contest pleas were freely and voluntarily entered. And Mr. Gonzalez, you understand that if I follow the plea agreements that you have made in these cases, that you may not appeal them to a higher court.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you are asking me to place you on deferred adjudication.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you willing to comply with the rules of deferred adjudication that I will assign to you?
Yes, ma'am. Just as long as you guys consider the fact that I have to travel with my job from time to time and
I'm
give
going to
me an
make some notes
opportunity.
on the file with regard to that, but I'm going to impress upon you the importance of communicating as soon as possible with probation once you receive travel orders.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you understand that if you successfully comply with all of the terms and conditions of deferred adjudication, that at the conclusion of the deferred period, these cases will be dismissed without final convictions being entered.
Yes, ma'am. And also, I'm sorry, can I speak?
Do you have
And
a
also,
question?
it's a third of the deferred adjudication. A third of that time you can apply to get off that. Am I correct?
If you have completed everything, you can make a request for an early termination.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you do understand that there is a flip side to deferred adjudication, and that if you were to violate the terms and conditions, that the district attorney's office can bring these cases back to court.
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand that if they prove a violation to the court, that based on your pleas today, the court could then enter a final conviction against you, revoke the deferred adjudication, and proceed to sentence you up to the full range of punishment allowed by law on each of these cases.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any other questions?
No, ma'am.
Now, I'm glad that you asked about the early termination, because that tells me that you're motivated to get this done.
Of course. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but don't get sloppy about it. Make sure that you go step by step and get all of the requirements taken care of.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And be in communication with probation, because that's going to be necessary in order to get this done quickly.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Then, Mr. Gonzalez, in cause number 67270, wait, let me back up. In each of these cases, I find that the evidence substantiates a finding of guilt. And in each of the cases, I will defer that finding. And then Ms. Garza, I'm going to have to go one at a time, because I can only pull up one at a time. Can you tell me the state's recommendation for cause number 672702, please?
Yes, Your Honor, and it will be the same recommendation for all cases, and for all cases to run concurrent.
Okay, then wait, let me go to pen and ink, and we'll do it the old-fashioned way. All right, with regard to a fine,
$400 fine
per case.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Court costs, 14 months deferred adjudication, 48 hours community service.
I apologize, Judge, before we get any further. We had agreed to actually to the $200 fine reduction.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. That's correct. $200.
Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. It's okay.
No, thank
Once
you.
I start typing, it's hard to untype it. All right.
Let's see. Did I mention driver safety course?
We have not gotten there yet.
Okay.
But I'm writing it down. All right.
The moral recognition therapy, and recognition is spelled RECONATION.
And it's a class?
Yes.
Okay, that's a new one to me. All right.
And then restitution, if any. And we're going to have 6 individuals on this one.
All right.
Well, actually, the first one is SAWS, San Antonio Water Systems. The next one is David Guyer, spelled Guyer.
The next guy.
Okay.
Oscar Alvarado, Alvarado, as in dog, O.
No.
Shelley, and her name is actually spelled with only one L, so it's Sheley Hernandez.
With a Z on the end?
With a Z, yes.
All right.
Next one, Ratchany, spelled Ratcha, N as in Nancy, EE. Last name Jones.
All right.
And the last one is Florida, like the state. And last name is, I'm just going to spell this one, B as in boy, UYAYS.
Okay.
In addition, the state will TIC, cause numbers 672 704, 672 706, and 672 707.
All right. And Mr. Gonzalez, having heard the state's recitation, is that indeed the agreement that you have made?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Gonzalez, did you have insurance with regard to this accident?
No, ma'am. I was the truck that I was working on, and I had not yet put insurance on it.
Okay. All right. I will defer the findings of guilt in each case, and in each case, I will place you on deferred adjudication for a period of 14 months with a $200 fine and costs of court, 48 hours of community service, a driving safety course, a moral recognition class, restitution, if any, to SAWS, David Guyer, Oscar Alvarado, Shelley, Sheley Hernandez, Ratchany, Ratchanee Jones, and Florida Baez, Buyays. The state is taking into consideration and dismissing cause numbers 672704, 672706, and 672707 in exchange for your plea in the other 3 cases. Now, in the event that the need arises, do the parties stipulate to using the fingerprint from the booking sheet for the court's file?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And is there anything further for the record from the state?
No, we have been making diligent efforts to contact those complainants, and we have sent out letters also.
All right. Anything further for the record from the defense, Mr. Sheffield?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
All right. And Mr. Gonzalez, probation is going to need to get with you to go over the terms and conditions of deferred. They should be reaching out to you via phone or email within the next week. And so you need to be aware, to be expecting that, and then getting back with them as soon as possible to complete this intake process.
Yes, ma'am.
You have any other questions, sir?
No, ma'am, not at the moment.
All right. Then that will be the judgment of the court, and that will conclude these matters for today's docket. Mr. Sheffield, do you have other business before the court?
That's it, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, you and your client are excused at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Y'all take care. Thanks for your help.
All right, you
Mr.
too.
Sheffield.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Yes.
Sorry.
Thank you. I'm gonna put you in a breakout room
Okay.
with him. Adam, I'm gonna put you in a breakout room with your attorney, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, I did submit the dismissals on those 3 cases.
Thanks, Kathleen.
You're welcome, and thanks for the reminder on that fine.
No problem. Y'all take care.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Eric. Welcome back.
Well, so the state has agreed to allow Mr. Marinas Guzman to apply for PTD. I will be getting that application submitted today or tomorrow, as I'm currently on the road trying to get back to San Antonio.
Okay, perfect. I'm gonna reset it for just for the 17th of March next week. If you submit it today, just CC me in it, and I will give you a 45-day reset.
Wonderful. I will get that done. Thank you, ma'am. Have a good day.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Have a good day, Judge.
Hi, Mr. Montoya. Good morning.
Good morning. I have 2 cases today. Dalia Luna Solis. It's still under pretrial. We filed a pretrial diversion and it's still under review.
Okay.
And Corinne, I did reach out to PTE and they did confirm it is still under review.
Okay, perfect. We can do, let's do March 31st.
That'll be perfect.
Just for an update.
Okay. And I have an Alberto Quintero, the Spanish speaker. I just got an offer from Mr. Escobar for an obstruction. I need to confer with Mr. Quintero and see what he wants to do.
Okay, I will reset this one for March 17th next week. If he decides to take a plea, just please let me know so I can get the paperwork started along with the interpreters.
Thank you. Thank you so much. May I be excused, Ms. Corinne or Judge?
Yes, you're
Thank you.
excused.
Thank you so much.
Have a nice day. Thank you. And Judge, whenever you're ready, we have plea on Trinity Guevara.
I understand that, but I've got to get all of this other paperwork from the last 3 done while it's fresh in my head. So it'll be a few minutes.
Yes, Judge. Thank you. Hi, Mr. Matos. Good morning. Andrea?
Yeah, sorry.
Yes.
Yes, can I confirm really quick?
Yes, I'm gonna put you with Daniel.
Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Limon. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing today?
Doing well, thank you. You're here for Harlan Lewis?
I am.
Yes, and you were talking with the state, correct?
Yeah, yes.
Yes.
I was.
I need for you to go ahead and put your
1 second. I have
device on a flat surface and place yourself in the center of the device.
Yeah, I have an offer I need to convey to him, and then maybe come back here and plea out if he agrees to it.
Okay, I can reset you for March 17th.
March 17th?
Yes, if he decides to agree on the plea, please send me his email so I can get the paperwork started.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you so much. May I be dismissed or?
Yes.
Okay, have a great day.
Have a nice day. Thank you.
Hey, I'm back.
Hi.
I was able to meet with him. I got the information. Just need a reset, I guess, so I can look at all the discovery and everything.
Okay, I will reset you for, let's do March 30th. It's a Wednesday.
That works. It'll be by Zoom, I take it?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure.
And at the end of the Zoom meeting, I will send you your appointment order.
Perfect. Thanks, Corinne. I appreciate it.
Thank you. You have a nice day.
Have a great day. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Bye.
Oh, and Adam, you can leave also if you're on here. Okay. Thanks.
Hi, Mr. Locke. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm here on Sarah Powell,
Yes.
and I think Mr. Garcia is in a breakout room with her.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you need to join that breakout room?
Yes, I can. What I'm trying to see is there any way we could get just a couple of weeks to discuss the plea with her? She has some questions that we need to go over in a little more depth.
Yes, I can reset it for March 31st.
Okay, great. And if I could go into the breakout room with her and Mr. Garcia, thank you.
Hi, Andrea.
Hey, Corinne. So last time we reset due to missing videos. I did get the videos, but I haven't had a chance to go over them with my client yet, since I just got them within the last couple of weeks. So if I could just get a regular 30-day reset just to make sure I have enough time to go over that with him.
Okay. We can reset it for April 5th. It's a Tuesday.
That sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, have a good one.
You too.
Hi, Scott. Good morning.
Hello.
How are you today?
I'm good.
You're here for Angelica Lugo.
Yes.
Okay, do you need to talk to her or to the state?
Miss Lugo, please.
Okay, one moment. Hi, Mr. Piker. Good morning.
How are you?
Doing well, thank you. How are you?
Okay, this is supposed to be to check up on a PTD.
Yes, for Abel Martinez.
Yeah, I called, we sent the executed contract over to the pretrial diversion office on Friday. I called several times today to make sure everything was fine, but nobody wants to answer the phone over there. So
Let me see.
as far as I know, we're good.
Yes, now it's just a matter of time. They just need to attend orientation. I will reset this for 30 days and then we'll go
Sure.
from there.
All right.
Let's do April 22nd. It's a Friday.
Let's see. April 22nd. Yep, that looks okay. 422. Thank you.
Sounds good. Have a good day.
Yeah, you too.
Thank you. Bye. Hi, Mr. Locke.
Hello. Yes, ma'am. So I spoke to if we could just come back on March 31st, that'd be perfect.
Yes, March
Okay.
31st it is.
All right, thank you.
Have a nice day.
And we can both be excused.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, Ms. Robles. Good morning.
Good morning. Could I confer with Daniel real quick?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hello, this is Scott Martinez for the
Hi.
judge or whoever is in charge. I got Angelica Lugo. We have a
Yes.
deal worked out. I just need to tell the prosecutor and if we're going to do the paperwork today or tomorrow or whatever.
Oh, we can do it today. I can get the paperwork started, and you need to talk to the prosecutor, you said, correct?
I think it was Miss Garza was the
Okay.
prosecutor that made
Let me
the
put
offer.
you in a breakout room with her. In the meantime, I'll get the paperwork started.
Thanks.
I
Scott, I
believe we
sent
are
you.
ready. I'm sorry.
No. That I sent him a request to join the breakout room for Kathleen. And let me bring Daniel back for Trinity Guevara.
Oh, we're going to do Guevara first. Okay.
Excuse me?
That's fine.
Okay.
I had Mr.
I'm
De La
bringing-
Garza next on the list, but we can move ahead to hers.
Let me bring Daniel back. There's Daniel.
All right, let us go on the record with cause number 676498, the state of Texas versus Trinity Guevara. You are Ms. Guevara,
Yes, ma'am.
and you are appearing today with Mr. Manning. Have you had enough time to talk to him about your case?
Yes, Judge.
All right, you have turned in some documents to the court, the first of which is a defendant's consent to plea by video conference. You understood that when you signed that document, you were giving up your right to appear in open court and consenting to entering a plea via video.
Yes, Judge.
Right. The next document you have filed is a defendant's waiver of constitutional rights and court admonitions. Do you recall reading that document and going over it with Mr. Manning?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you understand that when you signed it, you were giving up very important rights, including your right to have a jury trial and your right to remain silent?
Yes, Judge.
And you are before the court charged with the offense of driving while intoxicated?
Yes, Judge.
You understand the nature of the charge and that it is a Class B misdemeanor?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that the punishment range for that offense is a term of confinement in the county jail of not less than 72 hours nor more than 180 days and a fine not to exceed $2,000.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you wish to plead to the charge of driving while intoxicated?
No contest.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I was looking at the wrong case. I apologize. Everything's going all right.
Okay. Ms. Guevara, that was a no contest plea?
Correct.
Okay, my screen froze up right as you were saying it. I just wanted to verify it. Are you entering that plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You are an American citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you live in Bexar County?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of work do you do?
Well, I was a receptionist, but I'm gonna be going to school full time. So this week was my last week actually, and then the next 2 weeks I start a data analytics boot camp.
Okay, and that will be in San Antonio?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you understand that if I follow the plea agreement that you have made with the state, that you may not appeal this case to a higher court.
Yes, ma'am.
So you are certain this is what you want to do?
Yes, ma'am.
You are asking me to place you on deferred adjudication. Are you willing to comply with the rules of that program that I will assign to you?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that if you violate those terms and conditions, that the district attorney's office can bring your case back to court.
Yes, ma'am.
And at that time, you understand that if they prove a violation based on your plea today, that the court can find you guilty of this offense and then revoke your probation and proceed to sentence you to the maximum sentence allowed by law.
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand that if you successfully comply with all of the rules of deferred, that at the end of the deferred period, the case will be dismissed without a final conviction being entered.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions for me?
No, I guess not. I guess my only question was when that other guy mentioned early termination for that deferred adjudication, how early is that? Like, how early could you apply for that?
You must have completed at least a third of the term of deferred, and all of the terms and conditions have to be completed as well.
Okay, so a third. All right, that was my only question.
All right. Then Ms. Guevara, based on your no contest plea, I find that the evidence in the case substantiates a finding of guilt. Is there a recommendation in this matter from the state, please?
Yes, Your Honor. It's going to be a $500 fine. Court costs.
Yeah.
16 months deferred adjudication. 48 hours community service. The DWI education class. The victim impact panel. A tap eval. Ignition interlock for half the term. And then we're going to be asking for restitution, if any, to there's 1, 2, 3, 4 people, Your Honor. So it's going to be Renee, Renee, Tamez, Tamez, Joseph Bernal, okay, Diego Marquez, and then that's Marquez. Last name Cardenas.
Daniel Marquez Cardenas.
Diego Marquez Cardenas.
I'm sorry, yes. Cardenas.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
And then Alyssa, Alyssa Sandoval.
All right.
And that'd be it, Your Honor.
Right. All right. Ms. Guevara, having heard the recitation by the prosecutor, is that the agreement that you have made?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
I'm curious, what is a tap eval? I don't know.
That is an evaluation to determine whether or not you need counseling or treatment for drugs or alcohol.
Oh, okay.
And if you feel like you need some assistance with dealing with substances, you understand that probation can provide that to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, so there was an accident involved here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Manning, there was some type of video of the accident scene and arrest?
Correct, Your Honor. That's all being covered through insurance. My client was insured at the time. This was Kathleen's case. I've discussed that with her. So assuming there's no issues with insurance, there should be no direct restitution owed from my client to them. So I'd just like to clear that up on the record.
And we've made a note that it's restitution, if any.
Correct. Yes, Judge. Thank you.
Right. And so my other question to you, since this was an accident involving alcohol, have you reviewed the video of the scene and the arrest with your client?
Judge, yes.
Okay. Ms. Guevara, you watched that with your attorney?
Yes.
What did you see?
I mean, everything that just happened. I try not to think about it a lot, to be honest. So
I understand. When you watch the video, do you think that you were in any condition to be driving safely?
No.
Okay, so I do want you to think about it and remember how bad it could have been, even as bad as it was. Because I don't want you coming back.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Me neither.
And I understand that, but we need to plan for that not to happen again. Okay. So you do understand that high on the list of things that you cannot do while you're on deferred adjudication is consume alcohol or other illegal substances.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you understand you will be randomly tested for consumption of those substances.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, Ms. Guevara, I will defer the finding of guilt, placing you on deferred adjudication for a period of 16 months with a $500 fine and court costs, 48 hours of community service restitution, DWI education, an ignition interlock device on your vehicle. Do you currently have an ignition interlock in place?
Judge, if I may, she does not currently own a vehicle. So at some point, I didn't know when you were going to mention this, but she's going to need the portable device because right now she does not own a vehicle.
All right. So the vehicle you were driving that night was totaled or impounded or?
It was impounded, but it was still drivable and everything. But it would have cost as much as it was worth, so I just sold it.
All right, then I will allow you to substitute a handheld device for the ignition interlock with provision of an affidavit of non-driving, and that needs to be obtained within 10 days. You will complete a victim impact panel, a TAP evaluation, follow any recommendations resulting therefrom. If it becomes necessary to need a fingerprint for the court's file, is it stipulated that we may use the one from the booking sheet at the jail?
Yes,
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And is there anything further for let's see, let's go back over restitution, if any. So if there's anything unpaid by insurance, will be paid to Renee Temez, Joseph Bernal, Diego Marquez Cardenas, and or Alyssa Sandoval.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
All right, making sure we got it all. Anything else for the record?
No, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Guevara, you should be hearing from the probation department within the next week, either by phone or email. So be expecting that, and you'll need to stay in touch with them in order to complete all of these requirements.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
All right. If there's nothing further for the record, that will conclude this hearing. And Mr. Manning and Ms. Guevara may be excused.
Thanks, Judge.
All right.
Scott, can you hear me? Hi, I
Yes.
already sent the paperwork for Andrea.
Thank you very much. Can I go into a room with Ms. Lugo?
Yes, of course.
All right, and I have a plea ready on Joseph de la Garza.
Oh, hello, Judge Chapman.
Good morning, Mr. Hicks. Oh, it's afternoon. The time
I
has gotten
apologize
late.
for getting here sooner. My life would be easier if if the judges could just get together and decide to have their hearings at different times instead of all of them at the same time.
Well, you know, we're letting you Zoom from courtroom to courtroom.
Well, I remember those days and I'm looking forward to them returning.
It will be nice to see people's smiling faces in person. I will grant you that.
Although
Are
I
we
do
ready
think
on
it's
this?
going to be a serious cluster when we go back, when we're trying to do Zooms and court at the same time.
I can hardly wait. Are we ready
That's
on
above
Mr.
my
de la
pay grade.
Garza? Mr. de la Garza, you can hear us?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Then let's go on the record in cause number 669976, styled the state of Texas versus Joseph Louis de la Garza. And Mr. de la Garza is appearing today with Mr. Hicks. Mr. de la Garza, oh, I'm sorry. Mr. de la Garza is appearing with Mr. Wayland. Where are you, Mr. Wayland? There we go.
Up here.
And Mr. de la Garza, have you had enough time to talk to your attorney about this case?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And Mr. de la Garza, you have signed and turned in a defendant's consent to plea by video conference. You understood that when you signed that document, you were giving up your right to appear in open court and instead allowing us to proceed with the plea by video conference.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
All right. The next document in the court's file is the defendant's waiver of constitutional rights and court's admonitions. Did you read this document and go over it with Mr. Wayland before you signed it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that you were giving up very important rights when you signed it, including your right to have a jury trial and your right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
You are before the court charged with the Class A misdemeanor of burglary of a coin-operated machine. Do you understand the nature of the charge?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that it carries a punishment range of up to 1 year confinement in the county jail and or a fine not to exceed $4,000.
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you wish to plead to that charge, sir?
No contest.
Are you entering your no contest plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you an American citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
You live in Bexar County, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of work do you normally do?
I'm a mechanic slash jack of all trades.
Okay. And you understand that if I follow the plea agreement that you have made with the state, that you may not appeal this case to a higher court.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And
Well, what?
okay, somebody needs to mute. I'm getting a lot of background noise. Okay. Then, do you have any questions for me, Mr. de la Garza?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
All right. Mr. de la Garza, based on your no contest plea, I do find that you are guilty of the offense of burglary of a coin-operated machine. Is there a sentencing recommendation from the state?
There is, Your Honor, and this is going to be for a JSAT, a $0 fine plus court costs, 29 days in the Bexar County Jail, credit for time served, time and money to run concurrent.
Is there any restitution assessed?
No, Your Honor. And we were able to speak with the complainant.
All right. And Mr. De La Garza, is that the agreement that you have made?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. De La Garza, I will sentence you in accordance with the plea agreement to pay court costs and spend 29 days confinement in the Bexar County Jail. You will receive credit for all time previously served. The time and monies will run concurrently, and I find that the judgment is satisfied. Mr. Wayland, do you stipulate that we may use the fingerprint from the booking sheet?
I do.
And is there anything further for the record from the defense
There is none.
or from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, that will be the sentence of the court. And Mr. Garcia, or excuse me, Mr. De La Garza, you are remanded to custody of the sheriff for processing at this time. Mr. Wayland, do you have any further business before the court?
No, I do not.
All right, you may be excused then, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Kathleen, can you join your breakout room, please? Thank you.
All right, I do not see any other pleas ready. I see a discovery cover sheet for Sarah Powell, but I don't see a plea packet yet.
Oh no, we're not doing a plea for Sarah Powell yet.
Okay.
We resetted the case. As of right now, no
Oh.
more pleas.
Okay.
As of right now.
But that could change.
Yes. Well, we have one, but they're working on the paperwork. So-
Okay.
And Judge, Miss Robles has a client, Jose Rivera. He was just issued a affidavit of surety to surrender yesterday. He's here present in Zoom, and he's been accepted into the PTD program. Right now, he's gonna sign the contract.
All right.
But he has a warrant active.
Yes, Judge. He's already been accepted, so he's just signing the contract. His bondsman, for whatever reason, decided to file an affidavit of surety to surrender. So we're asking you to consider recalling that warrant while we close out this case.
Okay, so they've gone off bond.
Yes. But if he signs the contract, then he's already been accepted. It's in.
And the case would be dismissed pretty shortly thereafter.
I understand. And so how long until we're going to take the plea?
So we don't do a plea, Judge. The paperwork is all internal because this is pretrial. So once there's orientation, they will dismiss the case. It usually takes anywhere from 2 to 3 weeks. If you'd like to recall it just as a status check, we can definitely do so.
I think let's please do that, just because if we withdraw the warrant, he's going to not have a bond or anybody looking after him. So I will recall the warrant and let's reset Mr. Rivera. If we do a 1 month reset, will that give us sufficient time?
I believe so, Judge.
Now, on this terroristic threat, were there bond conditions?
Judge, it's a no contact order with a Greg Robbins.
And do we know if that's a family member of some description?
No, it was a former neighbor of ex, but he's no longer residing in the same area.
All right. I guess that's my one concern. If he's not on bond, then we don't have the no contact as a condition of bond.
And Judge, I don't think it's going to be a problem.
Okay, I don't know any of the background of this, so I'm kind of fishing around for Mr. Escobar to agree with you if he perceives that this is not a threat at this point.
I don't think that this would be an issue, Your Honor, due to the fact that he is going into PTD. It's in essence an argument between two neighbors. As long as he says that he no longer lives there and doesn't have contact with the person, or wouldn't have reason to contact the person, I believe that it wouldn't be an issue.
Okay. All right, then I will withdraw the warrant. We'll reset it for 30 days to await the dismissal during the duration of the pretrial diversion.
And B, has he actually sent in the PTD contract? Has he signed it yet?
No, we've been accepted and everything, so we're trying to sign it, and I'm sending it via Adobe, but he just changed emails and I sent it to the wrong email. Let me fix that, and then we should be good to go, because he's checking his mail and he's telling me he hasn't received it.
Sure. All I'd ask is just whenever he signs it, or whenever you get his signed copy and you forward it on to Beatrice Chavez, if you could just let Corinne and I know that it's been signed, just so that we are aware that it's in.
I'll CC you both on it.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
In the meantime, I will reset it for next week, the 17th. If you get it before then, I'll reset it to 30 days.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Hicks, you have returned. What joy do you bring?
Okay, I conferred with Kathleen and she says that the video we were missing last time has finally come in. The Castle Hills Police Department thinks videos apparently are proprietary. They're an interesting place over there.
Welcome to small town Texas.
Do you know Judge Hernandez, Tony Hernandez?
I know the name.
He's not been a judge in a while, but I saw him in court one time, and the case involved the Castle Hills Police, and the defendant showed up in his military uniform with his eagles and fruit salad and so forth. And Johnny looked at him and said, "And you got stopped by the Castle Hills Police, is that right?" And he said, "Yes." He says, "You know, I got stopped about a month ago by the Castle Hills Police too." He said, "I'd been out in my front yard working and I was all sweaty and dirty and wearing cutoffs and a t-shirt, and I jumped in the car to go get something cold to drink. And they didn't think a person that looked like me should be in that neighborhood." He said, "It's amazing how much their attitude changed when I pulled my badge." He said, "Colonel, you have a very nice day, sir." Dismissed.
Oh, good golly. So we need a little time to review that discovery, Mr. Hicks.
I do have it, and I'd like some opportunity to review it if you could give me a short reset.
We
What do you
can
have
do
in your calendar?
10, 12 years should be fine.
No.
Let's do March 22nd. It's a Tuesday.
Sounds like a lovely day. I may
Okay.
even be here that day. I think I might.
What day?
I think
March
so.
22nd. I'm somewhere that day.
03/27. And then later all over 2022. All right.
All right. Yes, I
Good.
shall see you that day.
Nice to see you, ma'am.
All right. Take care.
Have a good day.
You too. So we have one more still conferring.
Yes, they're working on the plea paperwork, and we have some attorneys that are still
Drifting in?
8 people that still have not showed up, attorneys. Other than that, we're done.
Okay, but we have our hearings at 2:00.
Yes.
All right. Let's see, I guess. Which of the DAs is going to have those 2:00 hearings?
It's going to be the family violence DAs. Yes.
Oh,
So
okay.
Yes.
you do not get to hear one of us trudge our way through another motion. Although last time was fun. But yeah, it's going to be someone else. I did tell them about it until they are aware, so they did know that they had to jump on. So if there are any issues, I can easily go run and talk to them.
Very good. Then why don't we take a 15-minute break? Everybody can stretch their legs and then we'll mop up.
Sounds good.
All right.
I'm going to start emailing attorneys to join so we can
Corinne,
finish. Yes,
do you have the style of the cases for the afternoon? I don't think I received that docket.
I will send it to you email right now.
Thank you.
Hi, John. Good afternoon.
Hey, Corinne, how are you?
Doing well, thank you. How are you?
Good, thanks.
You're here for Christian Orellana Soriano.
Right.
Okay. What are we doing on that case today?
I think he had a felony pending. I think they just indicted him, but we don't have a court date on that yet.
It's been indicted and no court date yet. Is it out of the same incident?
I can't tell you. I'm not sure off the top of my head.
It looks like it is.
Okay.
Are you gonna need to talk to one of our DAs, misdemeanor?
Is there one available?
There are right now, however, we're taking. Hi, Daniel. Okay, I'm gonna put you with Daniel.
Okay, thanks a lot.
And Corinne, I sent the obstruction and discovery on Helica Lugo.
Yes.
Is that the only plea that's left?
For right now, yes.
Okay.
Hi. I see that the paperwork was completed. Yes. Right now we're just waiting for Judge.
Okay, no problem.
Hi, John.
Hey, Corinne, conferred with the state. Looks like we're missing a couple docs that they've requested for discovery. So we request a reset on those.
Right, and it shouldn't be too long, Corinne. I'm just looking at this because we're missing one doc, and I just want to see it before I file it.
Okay, we can do let's do March 22nd.
Okay.
All right. We'll see you March 22nd then.
I appreciate it. Thanks for your help.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
You too.
Hi, Jerry. How are you? Okay. Can you hear me?
I'm sorry, Mija. So my thing said at 1 o'clock for Michelle Maguire.
Yes, but we're almost finished with Zoom. I was wondering if anyone could join before their time.
Oh, okay. I was wondering,
Yes.
man, did I miss something?
No. No, we're almost done. Do you need to talk to the state?
Yeah, they were gonna look into something on Mr. Malguer. I don't know who I spoke to. I think it was Daniel.
Okay, let me put you with Daniel. Hi, Sharon. Good morning. Afternoon.
Is it morning or afternoon? Whatever.
Afternoon.
Yeah, I need to talk to probably Daniel also.
Okay. One moment. Hi, Tim. How are you?
Hi, Corinne. I'm good. How are you?
Doing well, thank you. You're here for Marco Nandin.
I think it should be a red file. I think because it's a blood test. Unless I got really quick with the
No,
returns.
it's still a red file.
Okay. So it's a pretty new case. Should we reset like 60 days?
Yes. Let me see. We can do March 29th and then we'll go, I mean, April 29th and then we'll go from there.
Okay, that's fine. And I'm going to be, Corinne, I'm going to be on spring break next week with my kids. I don't think I have anything set, but if I do, can I just send you an email regarding those? Okay.
Yes. Yes,
right.
that's fine.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Have a good one.
Thanks. Y'all have a good day.
Likewise. And let's see.
It looks like we have paperwork ready for Angelica Lugo.
Yes. Yes. Let me, it's just an attorney here. I believe he's in
Yes,
a
I see
different
Mr. Martinez.
Zoom. Hi, Kevin. Good morning or afternoon. You're muted.
Good morning, everybody. Good to see you, Judge Chapman.
How are you,
Good to
Mr.
see
Stryker?
Very good. Good to see you.
Good.
I was going to see if I can talk to Prosecutor David in the breakout room at your
Are you
convenience.
here for Ulises Rivera and Albert Flores?
No, those I've already dealt with. I'm here on Camille Rodriguez, which was set for today as well. The felony or the misdemeanor assault cases got dismissed, but the DWI is still pending. So I was going to talk to David about resolving that DWI. He took a plea earlier this week on the felony. So the misdemeanor assaults were dismissed as part of that plea agreement, but the DWI is still lingering out there. So I was just going to talk to David about that DWI at your convenience. No hurry.
Okay. Actually, let me put you with Daniel.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. You know what? I said David. I apologize.
Yes.
I meant Daniel. That's
fine.
That was my fault.
All right, Mr. Martinez and Ms. Lugo, if y'all will unmute. Oh, wait. Is the court reporter back from break? Yvonne, there you are. Very good. All right, we'll call cause number 676618, the state of Texas versus Angelica Lugo, and you are Ms. Lugo?
Yes, Judge.
Ms. Lugo is appearing with Mr. Martinez, and have you had enough time to speak to your attorney about your case, ma'am?
Yes.
All right, you have filed some documents with the court. One is a defendant's consent to plea by video conference. Did you understand that when you signed that document, you were giving up your right to appear in open court and instead agreeing to the plea being taken by video conference?
Yes, Judge.
All right. And then you have also filed a defendant's waiver of constitutional rights and court admonitions. Did you read that document and go over it with Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Did you understand that you were giving up very important rights when you signed it, including your right to have a jury trial and your right to remain silent?
Yes.
You are before the court. Let's see, does the state need to make a motion in this case?
Yes, Your Honor. We would like to waive and abandon count 1 and proceed solely on count 2, obstruction of a highway.
No objections, Judge.
All right, that will be granted. And Ms. Lugo, you are before the court charged with the offense of obstruction of a highway. And you understand the nature of the charge?
Yes.
You understand that it is a Class B misdemeanor and carries a punishment range of up to 180 days confinement in the Bexar County Jail and or a fine not to exceed $2,000.
Yes.
And how do you wish to plead to that charge, ma'am?
No contest.
Are you entering your no contest plea freely and voluntarily?
Your Honor, if
Yes,
I may,
ma'am?
this is an obstruction which requires a plea of guilty.
Oh, okay. Let me back up. All right, the paperwork is filled out with a no contest plea, Mr. Martinez.
I apologize, Judge, if she can verbally say guilty, that is, if that's acceptable.
Okay, so Ms. Lugo, with regard to obstruction of a highway, the state requires that in order to accept their plea agreement, that it has to be a guilty plea. Are you willing to change your plea?
Is it gonna change anything?
No, it's still deferred adjudication, Ms. Lugo.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, so how do you wish to plead to the charge, ma'am?
Guilty.
All right, let me make a correction note of that. And you're entering your guilty plea freely and voluntarily, ma'am?
Yes.
And you are an American citizen?
Yes.
You live here in Bexar County?
Yes.
What type of work do you do?
I am unemployed at the moment, but I am a surrogate, so I do travel to Dallas and back to San Antonio.
Okay, and how often do you make those trips?
Well, I only have one more trip to Dallas that I have to do on April 22nd.
Okay. And so you it's already scheduled and you can notify probation in time to obtain a travel permit?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, very good. All right, you understand that if I follow the plea agreement that you have made with the state, that you may not appeal to a higher court?
Yes.
And do you have any questions?
No.
All right. If I place you on deferred adjudication, are you willing to comply with the rules of that program that I will assign to you?
Yes, Judge.
And you understand that if you successfully comply with all of those terms and conditions, that at the end of the deferred period, the case against you will be dismissed without a final conviction being entered?
Yes.
You understand that if you violate the rules of deferred, the district attorney's office can bring the case back to court.
Yes.
And at that time, if they prove a violation of the rules, you understand that by virtue of your guilty plea and the evidence being received today, that at that point, the court could enter a guilty plea, revoke your deferred adjudication, and proceed to sentence you up to the full range of punishment allowed by law.
Yes.
Do you feel like you have a problem with alcohol or any other substance?
No, Judge.
Okay. You do understand that if that opinion changes while you're on deferred, you can ask probation for some assistance with some counseling, and they can provide that to you.
Yes.
Okay. Now, based on, let me back up. Is there evidence in this case from the state?
Yes, Your Honor, we would like to submit State's Exhibit 1, the offense report.
No objections, Judge.
States 1 will be admitted. And Ms. Lugo, based on your plea and the evidence before me, I find that the evidence in the case substantiates a finding of guilt. And is there a punishment recommendation from the state, please?
Yes, Your Honor, a $500 fine plus court costs, 12 months deferred adjudication, 48 hours community service, DWI education, victim impact panel, TAP eval, ignition interlock 1/2 term, and $60 restitution to DPS.
All right. And Ms. Lugo, are those the terms of the agreement that you have entered into with the state?
What is the victim thing that she said?
A victim impact panel?
Yes.
That is an educational, wouldn't really call it a class, an educational experience where you will meet with victims of people who have committed DWI.
Okay.
To try to learn how it impacts the rest of society when you make poor decisions.
Okay.
Okay.
And that $60 DPS, what is that for?
To reimburse DPS for the blood draw in the case.
Okay. Yes.
That costs money and you get to pay it.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions?
Mm-mm.
All right. Then I will defer the finding of guilt in Ms. Lugo's case and place Ms. Lugo on deferred adjudication for 12 months with a $500 fine in court costs, 48 hours of community service, DWI education, an ignition interlock device for a minimum of half the term of the deferred, a TAP evaluation following recommendations resulting therefrom, a victim impact panel. And ma'am, do you currently have an ignition interlock device on your car?
No.
And then you'll have 10 days to have that installed. And in case the need arises, do the state and defense stipulate to using the fingerprint from booking as opposed to having one on the court's file?
Yes,
No
Your Honor.
objection.
Let's see. And so she will need permission to travel to Dallas. And that is granted as so long as she's in compliance with her terms and conditions. All right. Is there anything further from the state?
Your Honor, the state would like to present evidence that the BAC was a .13 and there was no accident.
All right. From the defense?
Grass judge.
All right. That will be the sentence of the court. And if there is nothing further for the record, Ms. Lugo, you will be contacted by probation within the next week. That may be by phone or email. So you need to be watching for that so that they can set up to go over the terms and conditions with you so that we make sure that you have as much time as you will need in order to complete these requirements.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then that will conclude this hearing. Mr. Martinez, if you have
Yes,
no
Judge.
further business, you and your client may be excused.
Yes, Judge. Have a good day.
All right, you too.
Hi, James. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Doing well, thank you. How are you?
So far so good. So far so good.
You're here for Noe Guerrero.
Yes, I am. I don't know where he is.
You don't have any contact with him?
We have contact numbers. We've left messages. We're on his bonds too. But I have yet to hear back from either him or his mother. Little odd. They're generally a little more, easy to make contact with. So I don't know what Judge Chapman would like to do. If she's contemplating issuing a warrant, Judge, if you can, I would ask you to issue a bond increase because we're on the bond as opposed to a bond forfeiture. I'm still trying to locate him, of course.
Okay, let's see, you're later in the docket, I think.
At 1 o'clock, Judge.
There we got it. All right. And what is his bond currently set at?
It's a great question.
It's at 2,500, Judge.
Okay. And this is his first failure to appear?
I believe it is, Judge. Yes, ma'am. His cases have been pending for a while, but I don't believe he's ever missed a court date. So
Okay, and he just has the one case?
He has a felony that is pending indictment that is to be dismissed upon a plea in this case. I've, for whatever reason, have lost touch with him.
All right, then I will order a bond increase in Mr. Guerrero's case to $5,000, and the clerk will issue a warrant for his arrest.
Very well, Judge. And I will continue looking for him. If I find him, I anticipate maybe trying to get back in here to resolve his situations.
Very good.
Alrighty. Thank you all very much.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Ms. Thorne. Good afternoon.
Hi, I was just typing you. I guess I'll stop typing. Yeah, we conferred and regarding the mitigation, and they didn't give me the offer that my client wants. So at this point, I'm going to just set it for trial. And we'll see if she wants to take another offer. But at this point, she doesn't want the offer that they made. She wanted a different offer, and they didn't give it to us. So
Okay, I can reset it for jury trial for April 13. That's a tentative date. It is most likely going to change.
tentative, yeah, okay. All right.
Do you have all discovery?
I think I do, but I'll double check. I think I do.
Okay.
So is
I
that
will-
all? Is
Yes,
that
I will
all,
reset
Mandy?
it for the. Yes, I will reset it for the April 13 jury trial.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Have a good one. Okay, so right now I only have 2 attorneys that have not showed up. I sent email to both of them. One is attorney Michael Sawyer, and the other one is attorney Romualdo Orta. I can recall them for next week on the 17th. That's a very light docket for us on the 17th, so I can recall them for that day. Or
The clients did appear or did not?
have not.
And have the attorneys been notified to have their clients present?
Well, we've been doing it is if they're gonna take a plea or if it's an MTR for them to be present, or as long as they stay in contact with the attorney.
Okay, but we don't have contact from the attorney.
Yes.
All right, then we'll recall them on you said the 17th?
Yes.
All right.
If they happen to join, I will let them know, hey, just come back on the 17th. I'm gonna leave the Zoom open for the other meeting. But then me recalling these 2, we're done for Zoom for today for our part. And then I will send you, Yvonne, the style of the other cases.
Okay, what time do those start at?
At 2 o'clock. We have one at 2 and the other one's at 2:30. Same defendant.
Same Zoom and everything?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, we're good for
See y'all.
today.
See some of y'all at 2.
Have a good one.
Okay.
See you in a bit, Judge.
Bye-bye. May I be excused, Corinne?
Probably not.
Thank you.
Again, this is just more just because of the fact that
Hi, Daniel. Did the attorney say anything?
He should have been jumping back in here. Is he gone? Huh. I thought he was gonna jump back in here.
No. What did he say?
I offered a plea. I made a plea offer. I think he's gonna talk to his client and see. I think if you give him a short reset, but it's a little weird that he didn't come back in here.
Okay.
Wasn't expecting that one.
No, but I'll go ahead. If he told you that he wanted a short reset, I'm gonna make him come back on the 22nd.
Sure.
Actually, the 21st.
And I swear as an officer of the court. So.
Sounds good.
Oh God, this is on YouTube. So that